And in more breaking news coming in, this one from Karnataka, where the opposition has hit out at the state government over the new punishment discount scheme that has been announced by the state Home Minister Raga Janendra. In fact, the Karnataka Home Minister has announced that the jail term of prisoners will be reduced if they reveal other inmates using mobiles or other banned substances inside the jail. Meanwhile, the opposition has raised several questions pertaining to how does the state Home Minister have constitutional rights to reduce the jail term. In fact, we have the soundbite as well of the state Home Minister. Let's listen in.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಥ ಕೈದಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಯಾಯಿತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಕ್ಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆದು, ಅವನಿಗೆ 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರಿವಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಾನು ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ
ಕೈದಿಗಳು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
And Sagai is joining us to give more details. Sagai, if you could share with us this new diktat of sorts that has been announced by the Karnataka Home Minister, and what is the opposition saying with regard to this?
Karnataka Home Minister says that they will try to reduce the jail term if any of the prisoners reveal or confiscate the mobile phones or any kind of banned substance, including drugs, inside the prison. And he has said that he will also reward the police. Remember, the opposition is trying to take the situation for their advantage, where they have criticized Home Minister Raga Janendra on this statement, stating that why do we even Home Minister require a prisoner's support when they have their own police? And they are also questioning that whether Home Minister lost the trust on the police, and does he have any kind of constitutional rights to reduce the jail term of the criminals who were arrested on the charges of crimes? So these are the questions which have been raised by Congress against Home Minister Raga Janendra on a statement to reduce the jail term of people whoever is going to help the government.
Yes, and Sagai, very briefly, if you could tell us if there is any such thing as to inmates using the people inside the jail probably using mobile phones while they are locked up?
Yes, there were videos which have gone viral where Asha Hindu, who was murdered in Shivamogga, the accused who had involved in those murder cases were recording videos inside the prison, and that particular video went viral, and it was also brought to the notice of Home Minister. And the Home Minister has criticized, and they have also sacked a few senior officers inside the prison who were in charge of the prison. And now if you notice that he had given a sudden visit to prison yesterday, and he had checked the entire cells and arrangements which have been made in prison for the prisoners. Following that, he has spoken to the media and said that the jail term of the prisoners will be reduced if they come out with any kind of information or confiscate the mobiles and drugs inside the cell.
Yes. Sagai, thank you for that. So Sagai breaking that story for us with this new diktat that has been announced by the Karnataka Home Minister, and the opposition hitting out with the punishment discount scheme. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Twitter now sues Elon Musk for violating $44 billion deal.
Good evening and welcome. Now, when you start seeing things, you need to either check your eyesight or you need to question your own state of mind. But you cannot ignore the problem. Now, some opposition leaders whose life revolves around the 9 a.m. tweet have started a new controversy. They say that something is not right about the lions in the 6.5-meter representation of the national emblem that will be placed on top of the new Parliament building. Of course, The Prime Minister inaugurated the statue of the national emblem yesterday. These opposition worthies have many problems with the lions, the 4 lions. And here are some of their problems. For starters, they say that the lions in the emblem that Modi inaugurated have teeth. They say the lions have teeth, fangs. What did they want? Hashtag lions with dentures. They also say that the lions that Modi inaugurated are too muscular. What did they want? Starved looking lions on a keto diet. And they also say the problem is with the chests of these lions. They say these lions have their chest puffed out. That the chests are very dangerous looking. What did Jairam Ramesh and these other trolls want? Lions with their chest pulled in. I mean, viewers, it's completely getting crazy. Completely crazy now, all this. It's gone totally crazy, out of control crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy. Downright crazy. Each way crazy. 360-degree crazy. These people. Jairam Ramesh and Owaisi will not even spare the lions in the national symbol. Now they are saying that these lions in the statue that Modi inaugurated are angry lions. That they are looking very angry. What did they want? Mr. Owaisi, what did you want? Lions with a teddy bear look? Cute lions? But viewers, it's not even funny anymore. The reality is that in this post-truth world, there are enough people out there who desperately need an anti-Modi issue a day. Are their minds so twisted that if someone in their 9 a.m. tweet starts talking about angry lions in Modi's time and sweet lions in Nehru's time, then they probably will say, yes, the lions are angry now, the lions were sweet then, let's just go along with it. The lions debate, ladies and gentlemen, is a one-day debate. I know this will pass by tomorrow, but consider something else. Consider the impact of the post-truth world. How many of you out there get swayed with the post-truth falsehoods on a daily basis? Because you're on a WhatsApp group, you're tweeting to your friends because there's a little insulated.
Thanks for staying tuned. Breaking news coming in from UP's Unnao, where a teacher was seen thrashing a student brutally. In fact, the video also that went viral, in which the teacher can be seen clearly thrashing the minor brutally. In fact, after the video went viral, we are told that a case has also, a complaint was filed against this teacher, and she's now been booked after an FIR was registered against her. In fact, let's take a look at these visuals in fact, in which the teacher can be seen thrashing this particular student inside her class. Take a look.
जी ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है। कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में, और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है, वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है। विभागीय कार्रवाई करते हुए उनके ऊपर मुकदमा दर्ज कराया गया है, साथ ही उनका मानदेय रोक दिया गया है। और वहाँ की जो प्रधान शिक्षिका है, उनका भी दायित्व बनता है इसमें कि उनके संज्ञान में जैसे मामला आया हो उन्हें उच्च अधिकारियों को सूचित करना चाहिए था, जो उनके द्वारा नहीं किया गया, तो उसको देखते हुए उनका निलंबन भी किया गया है।
Well, this morning coming up on the other side, amid turmoil, sources say outgoing Sri Lankan Prime Minister to take over the chair of President today. Republic having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened Earlier this morning,
the police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community member had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shivamogga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters.
good morning viewers, thanks for tuning in. You're watching World This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Rukma is joining us from the Delhi studios. She's going to take you through all the highlights from across the globe.
Well, we start off with breaking news coming in now. News from neighboring Sri Lanka. In latest inputs coming in, sources suggest that Ranil Wickremesinghe, outgoing Prime Minister, likely to become the President of Sri Lanka, even as Gotabaya Rajapaksa news coming in that he has fled the country, he has fled to the Maldives. And he arrived, as the various news reports suggest, early this morning at around 3 a.m. local standard time. The 73-year-old, it says, reports suggest he arrived in the capital of the Maldives, Malé, at around 3 local time. And his departure ends a family dynasty that has ruled Sri Lanka for decades. Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees in a military jet, it is believed, to the Maldives. Just hours before, he was all set to resign and step down from his position as the president of Sri Lanka. So breaking news coming in now. A dramatic twist in the Lanka story. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to the Maldives. It is said he fled in a military jet and is in the Maldives now. We're trying to get more details about where exactly Gotabaya Rajapaksa is headed. President Rajapaksa had been in hiding after crowds stormed his residence on Saturday. And he had been in hiding after crowds stormed his residence on Saturday. Joining us on the phone line from Sri Lanka is our correspondent Saloni. Saloni, breaking news coming in. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled Sri Lanka. It's just hours before he was set to resign. But give us more details. When did this happen and what happens now? And where exactly is he?
According to the reports, Rukma, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's wife and 2 bodyguards left abroad at Sri Lankan Airport plane bound for the city of the capital of Maldives. According to an immigration official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation, he told us that the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya has landed in Maldives. This Wednesday he has to resign, but then sources said this morning he has arrived in Maldives, capital of Maldives. Quoting Maldivian sources, they said he has received Maldivian government representation at the Vienna airport last night. Earlier Monday night, Rajapaksa and his brother Basil, also Sri Lanka's former finance minister, were turned back at the Colombo airport as they attempted to leave the country amid powerful family for mishandling the worst economic crisis. As of now, this is said that Gotabaya is in Maldives. He has to resign today itself. The protesters are still protesting. The president's house is under their control and they are demanding resignation unless he resigns. They'll not leave the place. They have already given warning to president and prime minister. So as of now, the situation is worsening in Sri Lanka. The socio-economic conditions are already bad and Gotabaya has fled to Maldives. Yes, Rukma.
And meanwhile, what has been the reaction of the protesters? We believe that they have responded strongly because, well, news has gone down across the country that he has fled.
Rukma, there is no official confirmation on Rajapaksa's departure from Sri Lanka as yet. The protesters must not be knowing the situation, but then Monday night, when the former finance minister and brother Basil, he was trying to flee from Colombo airport. The protesters attempted to turn him back. Amid mounting anger against the Powell family, they attempted to turn him back from the Colombo airport, and that's why you can say the protesters are already rage with anger. The situations in Sri Lanka is not well at all. The crisis is going in a very bad situation. It is worsening day by day. But then the protesters still are not knowing the fact that Rajapaksa is in Maldives. However, they knew that Rajapaksa has been kept on a naval base. That is what they know. When this news will spread up, I'm sure the protesters' anger will already be in a bad situation, and the family has to see some more consequences because all other brothers of Rajapaksa and the cabinet who has already resigned is still in Colombo. Yes.
Right. Saloni, we believe that there are protesters both inside the president's residence as well as at Galley Face Green, which is one of the main protest sites. And that, well, news has come in of his having fled. Are you getting anything from your sources at this point? It's still very early in the morning, but in hours from now, he is expected to resign. He was expected to resign.
He was expected to resign, and he has promised as well, Usma, to resign today itself, because the protesters has already made clear that if he will not resign, the protesters will not leave the Prime Minister's house, or whether we can say the President's house. So he has to resign. He has given himself 13th, the day today, Wednesday. He has already declared that he will resign, and most of all, Vikram Singhe will be, handling the situation in Sri Lanka, because on 20th there will be elections. There will be elections for Rashtrapati, you can say president, and then the situations will be in control, as the Sri Lankan people are hoping for it. But then still the protesters are protesting on the president's house and everywhere as of now. But then the current situation is mass protests are going on because of the economic crisis overall Colombo. But this news is like for people it is very disheartening that when he has to resign, he has fled with his family to Maldives, and he's having fun there. He's already been charged for this. Hello.
Yes, news reports suggest that it's an attempt to protect himself from being arrested by the new administration. There could be a lot of developments, Saloni, as the day progresses. In fact, well, this is the first bit of breaking news that expected by many. But when we talk about, the road ahead, you're in Sri Lanka. What is the actual situation there? If you're in Colombo, is there chaos on the streets? Are shops open? What are you seeing around you? So breaking news coming in now. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, president of Sri Lanka, flees the country. He's fled to the Maldives in a military jet, even as protesters continue to occupy the presidential palace. Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees Sri Lanka just hours before he was set to step down from his position. News reports suggest that the 73-year-old arrived in the capital of the Maldives, Male, at around 3 a.m. Maldives time. And his departure is virtually an end to a family dynasty. Could this be the last straw as far as the family dynasty that has ruled Sri Lanka for decades is concerned? Already his brother Basil Rajapaksa has already fled the country. Gotabaya had been in hiding since crowds stormed his residence on Saturday. He had earlier pledged to resign today. That's the 13th of July. Meanwhile, news reports suggest that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe could take over as the president, although previously there were other names as well doing the rounds. And Sri Lankans continue to flock to the Sri Lankan presidential palace as the situation continues to be grim in that country.
Hundreds of Sri Lankans continue to flock the presidential palace, marveling at the paintings inside and lounging on the beds piled high with pillows. Although a few also urged the stone pelters not to damage the palace as it would lose the historical significance.
Today I came to the president's house to inspect whether it has damage or not, and we are looking at the place and we are suggesting some measures to protect this. As an archaeologist, we can't replace the things that it has been damaged, so we have to take it with the people and also with the others who are responsible for these things.
The colonial-era structure was a staggering sight, with airy verandas, plush living rooms and spacious bedrooms, a garden swimming pool and neatly manicured lawns. But the situation in Sri Lanka is beyond control. The protesters claim that the government never provided any solutions to the people.
තමන් පාර්ලිමේන්තු යවන්නේ කවුද? ඒක ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සරහට තීරණය කරන කාරණාව. මොකද පාර්ලිමේන්තු ඉන්නකොට මේලා තීරණය කරන්නේ මොකද? ඔය කියන ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ රටේ ප්‍රශ්න වලට වැදියක් නොවුණු නිසා මිනිස්සුගේ ප්‍රශ්න නොවිසඳු නිසා තමයි මිනිස්සු පාරට බෑලා බලය අතර ගත්තේ.
4 months, demonstrators have camped outside Rajapaksa's office, demanding he quit for severely mismanaging the economy. Many have accused him and his powerful dynastic family, which has ruled Sri Lanka for nearly 2 decades, of corruption and policy blunders that tipped the island nation into crisis. Meanwhile, the outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe will take over the office of the President as Gotabaya Rajapaksa has already signed his resignation papers dated the 13th of July, which will be submitted to the Parliament Speaker for the formal declaration. Agency report, Republic TV.
And breaking inputs coming in. Pakistan violates the ceasefire, enables terrorists to escape. This is the breaking news that we're breaking at this hour. The Pak army used firing to help the terrorists who were trying to sneak in. Violating the ceasefire, soldiers of the Pakistan army go against the ceasefire agreement, helping terrorists to escape. The army used firing to help the terrorists who were trying to sneak in. Sources tell us that the number of terrorists were quite a few, and the terrorists were also heavily armed. And that's breaking news coming in now on your screens there. Those visuals not very clear, but they're definitely of the incident. The soldiers of the Pakistan army enable terrorists to escape, violating the ceasefire agreement. The terrorists were heavily armed and numbered about a little more than nearly 8 of them. Gursimran to tell us more about these details. Gursimran, give us a sense. We are getting the visual there. It's still not clear, but this must be an incident that happened in under the cover of darkness.
Yes, this is a possible attempt to carry out some major infiltration attempt or possible bat action on the Indian army deployed in the forward area. A group of 7 to 8 terrorists attempted this infiltration. But how this came into the notice of the Indian army, this is what we are getting to know from the top sources, that one of the terrorists stepped over a mine that was placed as a part of anti-infiltration grid of the Indian army along the line of control. The blast triggered in the mine alerted the troops of the Indian army, after which at opportune time the Indian army Jawans engaged with these terrorists who were trying to sneak in, and we are told that 2 to 3 terrorists were hit spot on. This is really very important. 2 to 3 terrorists have been hit spot on, and that means there will be damage to the terrorists, to those who were trying to sneak in. But as and when this firing began between the terrorists and the security forces, the Pakistani army gave a cover fire to these terrorists, and this was in order to felicitate them to sneak in into the Indian territory. So this is once again the Pakistan is back to its old tactics of helping the terrorists to sneak in into the Indian territory.
Right, Gursimran, many thanks for joining us there. So Pakistan providing firing cover to terrorists, enabling them to infiltrate, violating the ceasefire agreement. Many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us. Meanwhile, here on World This Morning, it's time for a short break. Coming up after that, Twitter sues Elon Musk for violating $44 billion deal. All the details on that in a short while. Also coming up, Russian President Vladimir Putin to visit Iran next week, set to attend a trilateral meet with leaders of Turkey and Iran.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
News stories voice of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal.
আপনি এখন ঠিকই বলবেন আর যে ছবি আমার সেই ক্ষেত কিন্তু
On Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice. Republic having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Thackeray has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community member had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shimoga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head, and this is SFI.
You're watching World This Morning. News now from the Kremlin, which says that Russian President Vladimir Putin is likely to visit Tehran, the capital of Iran, next week. He will be holding talks with leaders of not just Iran, but also of Turkey. This comes just a day ahead when, just a day after the United States had warned that Iran could provide drones for Russia's assault on Ukraine. Here's a report.
According to the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov, Russian President Vladimir Putin will travel to Iran the next week. The visit will come soon after the United States warned that Tehran could give Moscow drones for its military campaign in Ukraine.
Действительно готовится поездка президента в Тегеран. Там состоится встреча глав государств, гарантов Астанинского процесса, как известно, процесса по содействию сирийскому регулированию. И действительно будет встреча Путина, Рухани и Эрдогана. Помимо трехсторонней встречи, естественно, состоится и двусторонняя. Собственно, вчера мы сообщали о предстоящих контактах на высшем уровне между Путиным и Эрдоганом. Вот эта встреча как раз тоже пройдет именно там.
While visiting Tehran, Putin will also participate in a trilateral summit with the leaders of Iran and Turkey on the issues of Syria. Peskov further added that during this trip, Putin would meet separately with the president of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan. Peskov further added that during his trip to Tehran, Putin would also meet separately with the president of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan. Peskov said that there was no discussion about a new round of negotiations, though in March, Erdogan helped mediate talks between Russia and Ukraine representatives in Turkey's Istanbul. Agency report, Republic TV.
Dominic Thiem made a comeback, winning his first ATP Tour title since May 2021. He defeated Finland's Emil Ruusuvuori in 2 dominating sets. We tell you all in our next report. Take a look.
Day 2 of the ATP Nordia Open concluded and Dominic Thiem ended his 14-month drought by winning his first ATP match. Dominic team lost the first set but bounced back by dominating and beating Finland's Ruusuvuori in 2 straight sets. This win will prove to be advantageous to the Austrian as the former world number 3 has slipped to a ranking of 339. Dominic team struggled with wrist injury that forced him to stay out of the court for 9 months. After deciding to opt out of Wimbledon, team dropped down to the Challenger Tour where he registered a win in Salzburg last week against Filip Misolic. But after his second ATP Tour win within 14 months, Dominic team will now play 4th seed Roberto Bautista Agut in the next round. Agency report, Republic TV.
And it's time now for a short break, but coming up after that on World This Morning. More news from across the globe. Indian Army foils infiltration bid in Poonch. All the details after this very short break.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
The headlines this morning in the Morning Express. Indian Army foils infiltration bid in Poonch. Sources suggest Pakistan Army had helped the terrorists escape. Nation mourns Srinagar martyr cop ASI Mushtaq Ahmed last journey today. Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over office of the President. Twitter sues Elon Musk for violating $44 billion deal. Alleged attack on Punjab AG Ratam Sidhu, who was fighting against Moosewala murder mastermind Bishnoi. Met Department issues warning of further heavy rains in Telangana, already being battered by incessant rains for 5 days now.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and we begin with news that we are just getting. We are now learning that the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa may have fled to the Maldives. This is news that's just coming in. What you're given to understand is that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who has been under fire over his economic mismanagement of Sri Lanka, has fled to the Maldives. Now, sources seem to suggest that he fled to the Maldives on a Navy aircraft because he was denied. He did try to leave the country several times since day before, but we are given to understand that he finally left on a Navy aircraft. He is currently in the Maldives. Now, what we don't know as of now is that is he going to seek asylum in the Maldives, or is he going to fly to another destination? But he is broadly expected to resign now, and sources seem to suggest that he was waiting to leave the country because as president he does enjoy a large number of privileges, including the one which stops him from being prosecuted. So that perhaps was one of the reasons that he wanted to flee the country first and then resign. He is widely expected to resign soon. Do remember that his brother Basil Rajapaksa, reports suggest, has also fled to the United States of America. He of course does hold a US passport as well. Right now, currently we're given to understand that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled Sri Lanka on a military jet, reportedly accompanied by his wife. Now, as I was earlier saying, his brother and the former finance minister Basil Rajapaksa has also left the crisis-hit country. The president, of course, has left just days after his residence was overrun by protesters, and visuals we have been playing off that day when protesters by the thousands overran his official residence. Now, he had pledged to stand down on Wednesday amid mass protests over the island's worst economic crisis for decades. For months, of course, people have been struggling with daily power cuts and shortages of basics like fuel, food and medicines. Now, thousands have been taking to the streets every day asking for him to leave, and slogans like "Go Gota Go" have been heard across Colombo. Today, of course, we are giving to understand right now that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled to the Maldives. All right, so what we know right now is that this obviously is going to leave a significant vacuum in in terms of the head of government in Sri Lanka, but widely it is expected that he will now quickly resign. Do remember that he had earlier said that he would resign on Wednesday, so one would expect that to happen today. Now, there are names that are doing the rounds in terms of who could now take over as the next president. He will obviously have a tough task ahead because Sri Lanka is in the midst of its worst economic crisis that it has ever seen. It has dwindling foreign reserves, I beg your pardon, not even enough to pay for fuel and for basic necessities for people. Do remember that Sri Lanka imports most of its fuel and a large amount of its food. So the latest that we are getting is that the President Rajapaksa has left the country on a military jet. We are also now given to understand that he has arrived in Malé, in Maldives at around 3 o'clock local time. What we don't know as of now is that whether this is just going to be a pit stop for him. Does he intend to go any further? Does he hope to seek asylum over there? All of those are questions that are still up in the air. But one thing one would assume is almost certain now, that he will step down as the president of Sri Lanka. Just to tell our viewers that this, of course, has been brought really to a head when protesters in thousands stormed the presidential palace. There were pictures of those protesters jumping into the swimming pool over there, just running through the palace. Now, his brother, of course, also the former finance minister Basil Rajapaksa, has also left the country. We are getting reports that seem to suggest that he may have fled to the United States of America. He's a dual citizenship holder. He holds a citizenship of the US as well. That is Basil Rajapaksa, his brother, who's the finance minister and who's also held largely responsible for the economic crisis that has hit Sri Lanka over the past few months now. All right, so we're going to try and get more information as to whether Mr. Rajapaksa will be resigning immediately or not. But in the meantime, let's play out a report that we got from our correspondent on the ground.
Fuel shortage and power outrages has aggravated the social economic position in Sri Lanka. We are standing on a Lanka filling station, as you can see. I'll request my VJ Abhay to show you the queue, long queue here of vehicle users lining up outside. Petrol sheds have become a frequent sight in capital Colombo. Crippling fuel shortage and consequent power cuts has become a big problem for the people here. The transportation for, you can say, food or medicines is a difficult thing, as the transport is badly affected by the fuel crisis. Fresh produce from farms cannot make it to the cities. People can't travel in cars, buses or train. The government here is non-existing. That's why the people are getting angry day by day, and the protesters have demanded the President Rajapaksa to resign at earliest. He has decided to resign on 13th. As of now, the protesters are still on roads and demanding resignation from him. They don't rely on him totally. With Vijay Abhay Sharma, Saloni Srivastav signing off from Colombo, Sri Lanka for Republic TV. प्रधानमंत्री लापता, राष्ट्रपति फरार, कैबिनेट भंग। नई कैबिनेट कब बनेगी किसी को पता नहीं, कौन राष्ट्रपति बनेगा किसी को पता नहीं, लेकिन जनता आज सड़कों पर उतर आई है और जवाब मांग रही है। राष्ट्रपति भवन की तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जो यहाँ के राजनीतिक हालातों के साथ आर्थिक हालातों की कहानी साफ तौर पर बयां कर रही है। इस देश की आर्थिक स्थिति पूरी तरह से चौपट हो चुकी है। लोग सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं, रोजी रोटी का संकट खड़ा हो गया है। फ्यूल रिफिलिंग के लिए महीनों लाइनें लगाकर, कतारें लगाकर खड़ा होना पड़ रहा है। यही वजह है ये कतार आज जो लगी है, ये कतार आप देख रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति भवन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं, और कई किलोमीटर लंबी ये कतार अपना एकाधिपत्य जताने की कोशिश कर रही है उस राष्ट्रपति भवन पर, जहां पर राजपक्षे परिवार सालों से रहता आया है। और कहीं न कहीं भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों के बीच ये कहा गया कि पैसे जमकर बनाए गए हैं राजपक्षे परिवार की तरफ से, लेकिन श्रीलंका के भाग्य को, श्रीलंका की तकदीर को, श्रीलंका के भविष्य को बदलने के लिए अब तक कुछ नहीं किया गया। और यही वजह है कि जनता अब सड़कों पर उतरकर उन सत्ताधीशों से, उन जिम्मेदारों से जवाब मांग रही है जो पिछले दरवाजे से फरार हो गए हैं। ये कतार लंबी है। मैं अभी से कहूंगी जरा एंट्रेंस गेट तक की तस्वीरें दिखाएं, कैसे यहाँ पर लोगों की लंबी कतारें लगी हुई हैं और लोग देखने आए उस राजभवन को, जहां पर राजपक्षे परिवार शानो शौकत के साथ, ऐश के साथ रहता था, और जनता तिल तिल कर मर रही थी, मूलभूत सुविधाओं के लिए तरस रही थी। और अब जनता जवाब मांग रही है और कह रही है कि जब तक इस्तीफा नहीं होगा तब तक यहाँ ये प्रदर्शन ये जारी रहने वाला है, ये भीड़ यहाँ जुटी रहने वाली है। और यही वजह है कि ये कतारें और लंबी होती नजर आ रही हैं। इस वक्त हम श्रीलंका की राजधानी कोलंबो में हैं और यहाँ पर इस ऑटो का सफर भी बहुत महंगा है। अगर हम आपको बताएं, हम अपने होटल से निकले और 5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर राष्ट्रपति भवन है, जहाँ से आपने वो तस्वीरें देखी थी, जहाँ तमाम प्रोटेस्टर्स पहुंचे थे और राष्ट्रपति भवन पर उन्होंने कब्जा कर लिया था। इस ऑटो पर हम अगर आपको बताएं तो प्रति किलोमीटर हम 120 रुपए पे कर रहे हैं। वहीं अगर प्रति लीटर तेल की बात करें, जब हमारी ऑटो ड्राइवर से बात हुई तो इन्होंने 5 दिन पहले ये तेल भरवाया था। कितनी मुश्किल कतारें भी अभी आपको दिखाएंगे विजय लीजिए, अभी मेरे साथ है, वो तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। ये कतारें जो आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल ये गाड़ियां पार्क नहीं है, बल्कि ये गाड़ियां कतारों में लगी हुई हैं IOCL से पेट्रोल भरवाने के लिए, फ्यूल रिफिल कराने के लिए। और ये लंबी कतारें आप पूरी तरह से सड़कों पर देख पा रहे हैं। और 470 रुपए प्रति लीटर यहाँ पेट्रोल इन दरों पर मिल रहा है। लोगों के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी हो गई है, लंबी कतारें लगती हैं और बहुत वक्त बाद लोगों का नंबर आता है। साफ तौर पर जो इकोनॉमिकल क्राइसिस है, आर्थिक संकट है, वो फ्यूल से बहुत ज्यादा जुड़ा हुआ है, तेल से बहुत ज्यादा जुड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि जो आयात निर्यात है तमाम चीजों का, चाहे वो खाद्य सामग्री हो या तमाम जो चीजें जो फूड सप्लाईज होती है वो हो, तो वो बहुत महंगे होते जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि फ्यूल के प्राइस बढ़ने के साथ ही उनको लाना ले जाना मुश्किल हो रहा है। अभी यहाँ पर हम एक रेड लाइट पर रुके, हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर, is it very difficult to get fuel in Sri Lanka now?
Yeah.
From how many days you are lined up for this fuel refilling?
Minimum 7 days. Minimum 7 days.
Minimum
7 days.
What about the food supplies?
Foods are not yet in food cities or not yet food cities.
Okay.
And very difficult in these days.
तो आप सुन रहे थे, देखिए आम इंसान के लिए खाने पीने की चीजें, जो मूलभूत जरूरतों की चीजें, वो लेना कितना मुश्किल हो गया। बता रहे हैं कि बड़े शहर में मिलती हैं लेकिन दुगने तिगने दामों में मिलती हैं। ऐसे में लोगों के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी हो गई। और कतारें अभी भी यहाँ पर गाड़ियों की आप देख रहे हैं, हम कम से कम 2 से 3 किलोमीटर का सफर तय कर चुके हैं, लेकिन जो ये कतारें हैं ये खत्म नहीं हो रही हैं। और ये बता रही हैं कि श्रीलंका में स्थिति कितनी ज्यादा दयनीय दिन पर दिन हो रही है। विजय अभय के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका। ये जो पोस्टर आप देख रहे हैं, इस पर लिखा है कि दिस प्रॉपर्टी इज ओन्ड बाय पीपल, यानी जनता की संपत्ति है ये दरअसल राष्ट्रपति भवन है। और हम आपको अंदर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे। इससे पहले हमने आपको कतारें दिखाई, और देखिए अंदर की तस्वीरों पर हर थोड़ी दूर पर ये लिखा हुआ है कि ये प्रॉपर्टी जनता की है और जनता इसे मेंटेन करेगी, इसकी सुरक्षा करेगी, क्योंकि राष्ट्रपति फरार हो चुके हैं। कल इस्तीफा देने की बात है और तब तक ये प्रॉपर्टी जनता के हाथ में रहने वाली है। जनता ने साफ कर दिया है, क्योंकि जनता अब हिसाब मांग रही है उस राजपक्षे परिवार से जिसने लंबे समय तक यहाँ पर शासन किया है। लेकिन इस शासन के दौरान भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप, खुद की जेबें भरने के आरोप लगे और साफ तौर पर सवाल अब जनता ये पूछ रही है कि आखिर उनके अधिकारों का हनन क्यों किया गया, उनसे उनका भविष्य, श्रीलंका का उज्जवल भविष्य क्यों छीन लिया गया। अब सत्ताधीशों को जवाब देना होगा, क्योंकि जनता सड़क पर आ चुकी है और जनता अब सवाल कर रही है, जवाब मांग रही है। तस्वीरें हम लगातार आपको दिखा रहे हैं और देखिए यहाँ पर लोग पहुंचे हुए, पूरा का पूरा राष्ट्रपति भवन ऐसा लग रहा है कि इन्हीं लोगों का घर है। यहाँ पर सोफे पर लोग बैठे हुए हैं। आपने वो तस्वीरें भी देखी होंगी जहाँ खाना बन रहा था। और देखिए यहाँ पर लोग एक तरह से अपना एकाधिपत्य जमा चुके हैं। देखिए भीड़ ही भीड़ आपको, चाहे लॉन की बात करें, नजर आ रही है, या ये जो पूरा इलाका है जो राष्ट्रपति भवन का हिस्सा है वो पूरी तरह से खचाखच लोगों से भरा नजर आ रहा है। तमाम जो जिम्मेदार थे वो फरार हो चुके हैं और श्रीलंका अपने हालातों पर चिंता जाहिर कर रहा है, अपनी स्थिति पर चिंता जाहिर कर रहा है। स्थिति दयनीय हो गई है इस देश की और लोग सवाल कर रहे हैं, अब सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिर जो भविष्य श्रीलंका का होना था उसके लिए क्या किया इन राजनेताओं ने, राजपक्षे परिवार ने खास तौर से क्या किया, और जिस हालत में देश को लाया है उसके लिए जवाब तो अब देना ही होगा राजपक्षे परिवार को। जनता बार बार पूछ रही है, वर्षों तक श्रीलंका पर राज किया है, क्या सिर्फ अपने परिवार का कल्याण करने के लिए राज किया था? ये तमाम सवाल हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और भारी भीड़ यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार में संलिप्त रही सरकार से जनता अब चीख चीख कर सच पूछ रही है और जवाब मांग रही है कि आखिर न्याय कब मिलेगा। जब तक इस्तीफा नहीं हो जाता तब तक ये राष्ट्रपति भवन खाली नहीं किया जाएगा। ये साफ तौर पर जनता ने कह दिया है। आखिर इस स्थिति को कौन संभालेगा, इस देश को कौन तारेगा और श्रीलंका के हालात कैसे ठीक होंगे, बस यही सवाल जनता की आंखों में है। ये जो पतीला चढ़ा हुआ है आप देख पा रहे हैं आग पर, जैसे गांव में कभी बनाया जाता था खाना, गांव में कभी खाना बनाया जाता था लकड़ी पर, वैसे खाना बनाया जा रहा है। और ये प्रधानमंत्री आवास की तस्वीरें हैं जहां लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और उनके लिए खाने पीने की व्यवस्था यहां पर कुछ इस प्रकार की गई है। आप तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं चावल को धुला जा रहा है, पतीला चढ़ाया है बड़ा सा और लगातार खाने पीने के सामान की तैयारी की जा रही है, क्योंकि यहां पर लगातार बड़ी संख्या में लोग पहुंच रहे हैं जो यहां पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और साफ तौर पर इस्तीफे की मांग कर रहे हैं। तैयारी ये है कि एक संदेश जा सके कि जनता अब जवाब मांग रही है, सवाल पूछ रही है और कहीं ना कहीं किसकी गलती है श्रीलंका को यहां तक लाने में। जिस तरह का आर्थिक क्राइसिस यहां पर, सोशल इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस यहां देखने को मिल रहा है, उसके लिए जिम्मेदारों से सवाल पूछ रही है जनता सड़कों पर उतरकर। और प्रधानमंत्री आवास भी खचाखच भरा हुआ है, यहां पर बहुत सारे लोग हैं। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि कुछ लोगों से भी हम बात कर पाए। From when you are preparing food? From when? No English. No English. So, here someone is with us who can talk in English. From when you are preparing the food and all protesters are...
It's actually started from the 9th of this month, but on the 9th and the 10th there wasn't any food provided here. But after 10th, on the 11th and the 12th, now we started cooking here for all those people. It's free of charge for everybody.
You are sending across a message. The Prime Minister has fled, the President has fled, but the people are taking responsibility of other people.
Exactly. At this moment, we are not bothered about the Prime Minister. We are not bothered about the President. We are living our own life. It's a freedom.
It's a freedom. They are considering this as a freedom और उनके लिए साफ तौर पर ये स्वतंत्रता है जो उन्हें मिली है और लड़कर मिली है, ये उनका कहना है। और अब नया जो सत्ताधारी दल होगा, जो नया व्यक्ति काबिज होगा सत्ता पर, उसके सामने ये चुनौती होगी कि कैसे वापस जनता में वो भरोसा लाए जो भरोसा जनता खो चुकी है सत्ताधीशों से। विजय अभय के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका।
Well, Sri Lankans are continuing to flock to the Sri Lankan President Palace in fury against President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Now, protesters continuing in fact to barge into lawns of the presidential palace and occupy it. Here's more.
Wednesday is going to be a very significant day in Sri Lankan history, as Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the executive president of Sri Lanka, would be resigning from his post. Meanwhile, protesters have issued an ultimatum for the president and the prime minister to resign before 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday. Rajapaksas and their officials have also been prevented from leaving the country. Petitioners have requested the Supreme Court to issue an order preventing the escape of the Rajapaksas and their officials from Sri Lanka. Sources say that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe will be appointed as the President of Sri Lanka after the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Sources also say that Sajith Premadasa is also leading in the vote that he is supposed to win on the 20th, when Parliament elects the next President of Sri Lanka.
Meanwhile, outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe will take over the office of the President, as Gotabaya Rajapaksa has already signed his resignation papers, dated July 13, which will be submitted to the Parliament Speaker for the formal declaration. Agency report, Republic TV.
Well, in the wake of the Sri Lankan president fleeing from Sri Lanka, the Indian High Commission has categorically denied baseless and speculative media reports that India facilitated the recent reported travel of Gotabaya Rajapaksa out of Sri Lanka. It is reiterated that India will continue to support the people of Sri Lanka. Now, this is a tweet that's coming in. Abhishek Kapoor, a senior executive editor, on the phone line with me. Morning, Abhishek. Abhishek, the Indian government and the Indian High Commission over there categorically denying any rumors that India would have helped him. In fact, we do know that he fled in an Antov 32 that belonged to the Sri Lankan Navy to Malay.
Well, yes, Nupur, in fact, the Sri Lankan Defence Forces have taken ownership of the movement of the Rajapaksas out of Sri Lanka to Maldives, given the threat that was around their lives, because a great number of people in Sri Lanka believe that the mess they are in as a nation and the economic crisis they are going through is in good measure because the Rajapaksas really ruled the roost, the entire clan, the entire family, be it Gotabaya who was president or Mahinda who was prime minister or Namal, the son of Mahinda, then Chamal, the brother of Chamal, and Vesel, the brothers along with Gotabaya and Mahinda. Essentially the entire family and clan having one department or the other at one point in time, almost 70% of the entire nation's budget in the control of this family. So obviously there was discontent, angst. We have seen how the protesters have put to fire the private residence of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. So the defense forces realized that they cannot take chances, and that's why they have moved. There is no role whatsoever of any other country or nation, particularly India. In fact, I have just shared Nupur, the statement that has been released by the Sri Lankan Air Force, taking full responsibility of the move in which the Air Force aircraft was used to transport Rajapaksas out of Sri Lanka into Maldives.
Absolutely. Now, Abhishek, would we be expecting him to resign today? Because one would assume that he wanted to leave the country before he put in his resignation, because till he is president, he does enjoy some constitutional immunity from prosecution.
Well, you see, he has already resigned. Nupur, it would be officially announced by the speaker today, we are told. He quit and he has escaped, and the Rajapaksas, many of them have escaped from the country. Whether that suffices so far as legal scrutiny and whatever process the next Sri Lankan government might initiate in terms of fixing responsibility, we as yet don't know, because the situation is very fluid, Nupur. It is believed that as per the constitution, the immediate vacancy is filled by the sitting prime minister when the president leaves, and then the parliament has to elect a next president under Article 40 of the constitution from within themselves. Sri Lanka follows a presidential form of government. So that we are told that Parliament will meet on 15th, accept the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and meet again on 20th to elect a next president, most likely Sajid Premdasa, who is leader of opposition as of now of the SJB party. But as I said, the situation is fluid. The process to fix responsibility is still some time away, because remember, whichever government comes to takes over, in fact, from Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya Rajapaksa, would have to immediately focus on bringing calm to the island nation, to get the protesters back to their homes and let law and order prevail, so that all those international credit agencies like the IMF or even friendly nations like India, they can resume with the aid process and stabilize the economy first. So I think the focus would be on fixing the economy first and then fixing responsibility. But as of now, of course, India denying any role whatsoever. It is, and in fact, the ownership of the move of Rajapaksas out of Sri Lanka has already been taken by defense forces.
Absolutely, but Abhishek, as you're pointing out, there will be a significant time period when there will be first, a transformation of power to the next government in place, and it's going to be a tough road ahead, because at the moment it appears that there's nobody in control, because pictures that our correspondents have been sending us seem to suggest that, people are protesting still, they're out on the streets, they are still at the presidential palace. So that does, in a sense, communicate how bad the situation is.
Situation obviously is really bad, Nupur. Sri Lanka is effectively living hand to mouth. They don't have money to really import the basics like food, fuel, fertilizer, and despite the fact that India has helped to the tune of about $4 billion. In fact, once situation stabilizes, India is more than willing to be of more help in whatever manner we can, as we have done always with our neighbors, with Maldives, with even sending drinking water, for example, to Maldives when a crisis had hit about a couple of years back. So it's not that things cannot be worked around, but then the first responsibility obviously has to be of the leadership of Sri Lanka to stabilize the situation on the law and order front. Even now, it's been 3 days since the protesters have stormed into the presidential palace, and they continue to occupy government buildings, not just the presidential palace, but even the ministries and other departments. So if the government can't function, even if, for example, IMF wants to, give a rescue package or a loan, whom should they talk to? So that's a big crisis. Till that time, till the time that the law and order situation is brought back to normal, things can't resume. So obviously, people of Sri Lanka have to come together, not just the government, but the protesters included. That they have to decide that if their destiny is about to crumble, if they don't let these agencies come in with their aid, then obviously, if it is in the best interest of everyone that the protesters go back, law and order prevails, and the government takes over, that is how the thing should move.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, if that was the end goal to make sure that the Rajapaksas left the country, perhaps that has been achieved, and that's a significant win for the protesters who've been taking to the streets for months now. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for joining us. In fact, news just coming in, we are now getting new images of the Srinagar terrorist attack. It's been caught on camera. The image shows a Lal Bazaar terror attack, and we are given to understand that a terrorist has also been arrested in this. So the terrorist also captured. These are new images that we are bringing to you right now. This is the Srinagar terrorist attack that has taken place. Do remember that there has been a terrorist attack earlier, and pictures on your screen are showing you how this went forward. Now, one terrorist has also been captured in this particular attack. We've got Zeenath reporting on this as well. Zeenath, good morning. Give us more details.
Nupur, see, we are having the exclusive footage of yesterday's attack, the Lal Bazaar attack, in which the 3 J&K police corps received the injury, out of which one's come. The pictures that we are beaming on screen are the spot, and the terrorists are there in the picture. You can see a pistol and also an AK-47 that has been used. The picture that we have shows you the terrorist holding a gun and pointing towards the J&K police personnel. The gun that has been used by the terrorists is there on the screen, and also the pistol. Also, it reveals and tells you the persona of a terrorist, one who has been captured on camera. So this is the exact spot where this happened, and the terrorists who've been involved, and the kind of weapon that they used to target the J&K police personnel who were deployed for Naka duty on the 3rd day of Eid. So these are all the exclusive pictures that we have. Where here we are showing on the Republic that these are the terrorists who actually carried this attack. As we are picking up from the sources within the police department, that yes, this is the attack that was carried by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the LET carried the attack, and also the TRF, which is an offshoot of Lashkar, has already issued a warning that more such attacks will be there in coming days.
All right, Zeenath reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So those are pictures of the terrorist attack that took place yesterday. Well, we are now going back to the big story that we are tracking this morning. The president of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has fled the country. We've got a press release that's just come in, and I'm going to read out from it. It says that the Sri Lankan president, the First Lady, along with 2 bodyguards, were subjected to a full approval by the Ministry of Defence for immigration, customs and other laws to fly to the Maldives. Their aircraft of the Air Force was provided to them early in the morning of July 13th, that is this morning. So that is a press release that is just coming in. We are now learning that the Sri Lankan president, the First Lady, along with 2 bodyguards, was subjected to a full approval by the Ministry of Defence. I'm going to go across to our reporter on the ground, Lahiru, who now joins us. Good morning, Lahiru. Give us more details of this press release that has come out. It does seem to suggest that full protocol was followed for the president to be allowed to exit the country.
Yes, the Sri Lanka Air Force released a press release saying that according to the Constitution and also the powers vested upon the President, they facilitated the transportation of the President to Maldives, and according to sources, the President arrived in Maldives at 3 a.m. in the morning. And we've got to know that Sri Lankans in Maldives have tried to gather to the airport, but Maldivian security forces have made sure that security has tightened and they have not let them near the president. And also, we've got to know that the resignation letter, there's nothing being heard about the resignation letter. So far, the president is still the president. He has not resigned from his post, but we have also got to know from sources that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe will be sworn in as the president after the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. So far, we have not gotten any official statements from the Sri Lankan government about the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, but we have got to know that Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his family are now in a resort in Maldives, and they are most probably headed to Dubai very soon, but they will remain in Maldives for the time being.
Right. So what we are learning right now is that he's still the president, that resignation hasn't come in, but the process that follows from here on in terms of the constitution provides will take over. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is likely to take over as the president.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Good evening and welcome. Now, when you start seeing things, you need to either check your eyesight or you need to question your own state of mind. But you cannot ignore the problem. Now, some opposition leaders whose life revolves around the 9 a.m. tweet have started a new controversy. They say that something is not right about the lions in the 6.5 meter representation of the national emblem that will be placed on top of the new Parliament building. Of course, the Prime Minister inaugurated the statue of the national emblem yesterday. These opposition worthies have many problems with the lions, the 4 lions. And here are some of their problems. For starters, they say that the lions in the emblem that Modi inaugurated have teeth. They say the lions have teeth, fangs. What did they want? Hashtag lions with dentures. They also say that the lions that Modi inaugurated are too muscular. What did they want? Starved looking lions on a keto diet. And they also say the problem is with the chests of these lions. They say these lions have their chest puffed out, that the chests are very dangerous looking. What did Jairam Ramesh and these other trolls want? Lions with their chest pulled in. I mean, viewers, it's completely getting crazy. Completely crazy now, all this. It's gone totally crazy, out of control crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy. Downright crazy. Each way crazy. 360-degree crazy. These people. Jairam Ramesh and Owaisi will not even spare the lions in the national symbol. Now they are saying that these lions in the statue that Modi inaugurated are angry lions. That they are looking very angry. What did they want? Mr. Owaisi, what did you want? Lions with a teddy bear look? Cute lions?
Top headlines at 8:30. Indian Army foils infiltration bid in Poot. Sources suggest Pak Army helped terrorists escape. Nation mourns Srinagar martyred cop ASI Mushtaq Ahmed last journey today. Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over the office of the President. Twitter sues Elon Musk for violating $44 billion deal. Alleged attack on Punjab AG who was fighting against Moosewala murder mastermind Bishnoi. Met Department issues warning of further heavy rains in Telangana, battered in incessant rains for past 5 days. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching The Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. A lot lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast, starting with breaking news coming in. And updates coming in on Udaipur hate killing case. We are told that searches are being conducted by the National Investigation Agency at 9 locations in Udaipur beheading case. In fact, we are told that mobile phones, laptops, SIM cards and other incriminating materials have also been recovered from the accused. So those are some of the details that are emerging at this point. In fact, we are told the NI conducted searches at 9 locations in Udaipur district of Rajasthan in connection with the killing of the Hindu tailor Kanhaiya last month, and incriminating materials have also been recovered, which includes digital devices including mobile phones, laptop and SIM cards, as well as other materials. Remember, Kanhaiya was hacked to death on 27th of June, and the latest that is coming in, the NI searches that are underway. So that is the latest coming in. The NI searches that are underway. This is in connection with the Udaipur hate killing case. We are told that the searches are being conducted at 9 places in Udaipur, and a lot of incriminating materials have been retrieved by the NI there, which includes mobile phones, SIM cards, which would further help the NI in its probe in the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal. And more details coming in, more breaking updates. Former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt has been arrested by the Ahmedabad crime branch. Remember, the SIT is investigating a conspiracy in other cases involving Teesta and RB Shri Kumar. So the latest that is coming in, that IPS officer, in fact former IPS officer, has been arrested in connection with this conspiracy and other cases that involve Teesta and RB Shri Kumar. We are also told some of the exclusive details that are now coming in is that Sanjeev Bhatt was in Palampur jail in a fake drug planting matter in Palampur. His transfer warrant has also been sought for by the Ahmedabad crime branch, we are told. So Sanjeev Bhatt will be produced before the Ahmedabad Sessions Court, where remand for other accused will also be sought. We'll go across to our reporters as well. The latest coming in, that he's been arrested by the Ahmedabad police. And more details that are coming in at this point with regard to the arrest of the former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt. The SIT, we are told, has a lot of proof to believe that Sanjeev Bhatt had not only made witness sign falsified statements, but he also made completely contradictory statements and lied under oath in court as well. In fact, he's mentioned of a meeting as well that he was present in with the then Chief Minister, who is the current Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in Gandhinagar. So a lot of details that are emerging at this point with regard to the arrest of the former IPS officer by the Ahmedabad crime branch. SIT is investigating conspiracy. So a lot of details that are now emerging with regard to the arrest of the former IPS officer. We'll continue tracking that big story from Gujarat. But as of now, moving on to another big story that is coming in. Another big jolt for the Uddhav camp after Uddhav, this time for Aditya Thackeray. We are told that the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogavle has joined Eknath Shinde camp. So a big jolt coming in for the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, as another MLA, we are told, has joined Sena leader Vikas Gogavle has now joined Eknath Shinde camp. In fact, Vikas Gogavle is a Yuva Sena leader, and we are also told that he was last seen at Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's residence last night. We have Alisha who's breaking that story for us. Alisha, give us more details.
Well, of course, Uddhav Thackeray is a big jolt for Aditya Thackeray as well, because Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogavle, who has joined Eknath Shinde camp. What we have been told that Vikas was seen at CM residence last night to formally extend support on the occasion of Guru Purnima, and also he claimed that further more than 50 office bearer of Yuva Sena to join Shinde camp by this week. We know that Vikas Gogavle, whose father is a Bharat Gogavle, from CM Shinde faction, but yes, it's another jolt for Uddhav Thackeray as well as for Aditya Thackeray, because even we know that there are many of the factions and what have been claimed by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, stating that there are leaders and workers across Maharashtra who extend their support over the ideology of Hindutva, taking legacy forward of Bharat Thackeray, are continuously joining him, and now even Sena leaders are joining, and he also stated that there are more than 50 office bearers of Yuva Sena that is going to join Eknath Shinde this week.
All right. Alisha, also if you could talk to us about the visuals that we are showing to our viewers right now of the Yuva Sena leader who met Eknath Shinde last night, we are told.
Well, yes, we know that the claim that has been made, and of course the visuals can clearly visible how the more and more Shiv Sainik that are joining Eknath Shinde camp, and how confident even Eknath Shinde is. It's clearly stating that the idea is to respect the mandate of the people of Maharashtra, and that is why the reason the step has been taken to get in merge with, get in alliance with Bharatiya Janata Party and be in power. But the visuals what we see along with Shiv Sena, because what Eknath Shinde speaking to media yesterday has said that there are people from Kalyan, Dombivli, Thane Municipal Corporation, Ambarnath and the other districts across Maharashtra that are joining Eknath Shinde, so that there are more leaders and workers who have been joining Eknath Shinde camp, and the visuals which we can clearly see that along with the Shiv Sena office bearers, there are Yuva Sena also who has been extending their support to Eknath Shinde. Well, of course, Vikas Gogavle is the son of Bharat Gogavle, who is the chief whip from Eknath Shinde camp. But he also claimed that there are more than 50 office bearers Yuva Sena are going to join him by this week.
All right, Alisha, breaking that big story that 50 Yuva Sena workers are also likely to join the Shinde camp. Alisha, also briefly, if you could talk to us about the number, how they pan out as of now, when we talk about the MLAs and the leaders that have jumped ship and have joined the Shinde camp.
Well, Eknath Shinde has clearly stated that there are 50 MLAs with him, and of course 120 with Bharatiya Janata Party. Even the number was 154, what we have witnessed in the House on the floor test. But again, the important will be the local election body, the local body election that is going to become forth. But even yesterday, Sheetal Matre, she's been a BFP leader, so she has been joining. She has joined yesterday Eknath Shinde camp of Thackeray, which clearly gives an indication that now the target is the BMC election as well. And there are more and more leaders from the municipal corporation, not only the BMC, but also from the Thane, Kalyan, Dombivli, Ambarnath, Ulhasnagar. The claim that has been made by Eknath Shinde that there are more and more leaders and workers who are going to join it just because they agree with the, the ideological stuff that is different for the development of the people.
All right. Alisha, thanks for getting us all those details. So, Alisha bringing us all those details of the Yuva Sena worker who has now formally joined Eknath Shinde camp. And this, of course, is another big setback for Uddhav Thackeray just ahead of the local body polls. A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple. The fight between ousted AIADMK leader OPS and party interim head EPS is now with the Election Commission, and with both sides now determined to establish their rights as well, while Interim General Secretary Palaniswamy has apprised the EC about the July 11th General Council meeting and the changes affected. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the situation unfolding in Sri Lanka. Reports say Sri Lankan president has fled to Maldives and that he has got the clearance from the government. Also, situation remains grim in Telangana as Met Department has issued a warning of heavy rains in the state, battered with incessant rains for past 5 days.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
News stories of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. On Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice. Having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district, we are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who throw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including The window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community members had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned with Republic. In fact, no more breaking news coming in. It's a big Republic Bharat impact. After Republic Bharat reported, the word Urdu has now been removed from Jharkhand's Jamtara school. Remember, this comes after the Jharkhand government also initiated a probe into alleged irregularities in the functioning of 100 schools in Jamtara that observe holidays on Fridays. We have Prakash also joining us to give more details. Prakash, that's a big Republic impact. The word Urdu that has now been removed from these particular schools, these schools in Jamtara.
Well, when this story was brought to light by Republic and the government ordered for an inquiry as to why the word Urdu was mentioned before all those schools in Jamtara district of Jharkhand, and despite the government not notifying it as a Urdu school, despite that, it was being treated as an Urdu school, and on Friday it was being observed as holiday, and on Sundays the school used to be open. So after that, the government took cognizance of it, held a meeting and called up the senior officials of the education department, and the school management committee at its behest had started treating it as Urdu school for years, which was wrong. And they were doing it on the pretext that it was a Muslim populated area.
Prakash, we'll have to leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you to track the latest on that. But that is a big Republic Bharat impact. The word Urdu that has now been removed from the Jamtara school of Jharkhand. And in breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now, where a landslide has been reported in the Vasai area of Palghar. We are told that many people are feared trapped after this landslide that occurred in this particular area of Palghar, and houses have also been damaged. Meanwhile, the NDRF, we are told, has reached the spot. Alicia is getting us all those details. Alicia, what more can you tell us? We understand a lot of people are feared trapped.
Well, of course, the information that we're gathering from Fire Chief Officer Virar, that a landslide that occurred in Vagalpara, and suspected to be suspect that 4 has been trapped. Out of which we know that 2 people have already rescued so far, and NDRF team has reached the location. It has been also said that many people fear trap along with houses being damaged.
All right. Alicia, thanks for getting us all those details. So tracking all the latest on that, as Alicia was pointing out, many are feared trapped in this landslide. Now, breaking news coming in from Telangana, where we are told an electrocution incident that has been reported, where a couple and their 2 children died because of electrocution at their home in Telangana's Kamareddy district, we are told. In fact, the deceased's identity have been identified as well. Aneri is joining us to give more details. Aneri, what more can you tell us? A shocking electrocution incident coming to light from the Kamareddy district.
That's right, Samiksha. 4 of them from one family have been electrocuted after a wire which was used to dry clothes came in contact and led to this incident in Kamareddy district. Well, according to the police officials, what is being said that the 4 people from family were in that area who were residing there. From last 6 years, got electrocuted in their residence. The family is residing in a tiny shed in workers' colony in Kamareddy, and then the victim residing there with GI wire, which was used by them for drying clothes, came in contact with the electricity fuse, and then the 4 of them got electrocuted, and this incident had taken place. However, now police officials, after receiving the information, they reached the house and cut the wire, but all of them have been shifted to the government hospital where they were declared broad dead. So now this unfortunate incident is coming to light from Kamaredi district, and now the bodies have been shifted to mortuary for post-mortem, and a case also has been registered under a suspicious death. So further investigation also will be taken up by the police officials, but yes, this wire was used by the family members.
Yes. Aneri, I'm sorry, we'll have to leave it at that. So Aneri breaking that story for us of the shocking electrocution incident coming to light from the Kamaredi district. A very short break, more news breaks lined up on the other side. Indian Army foils infiltration bid in Pooch. Having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community member had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shimoga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है, और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
Wildfires continue to ravage Portugal amid a heat wave that weather forecasters have warned could last until next weekend. A very short break will get you the latest on the Sri Lanka crisis. The outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over the office of President.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal.
প্রাণের ভয় কি নাম 77 নাম্বার
আমাদের
হয়ে বসে আছে আমার সাথে
আর পরিবার তিনি এই মুহূর্তে
Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
The biggest news stories of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. আপনি এখন কি বলবেন আর যে ছবি আমার সেই ক্ষেত কিন্তু on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
Republic having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community members had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shimoga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है हमने
Amid the turmoil, the Sri Lankan president flees to the Maldives. Reports suggest that his escape had the nod of the government. Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is likely to take over the office of the president. Former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt is arrested by the Ahmedabad police to be produced in court. The Indian Army foils an infiltration bid in Poonch. Sources suggest the Pakistani army helped terrorists escape. The nation mourns Srinagar martyr ASI Mushtaq Ahmed last journey today. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, the outgoing Sri Lankan president Rajapaksa has fled to the Maldives. Sources suggest that the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the First Lady, along with 2 bodyguards, were subjected to full approval by the Ministry of Defence for immigration, customs and other laws to fly to the Maldives. An Air Force aircraft was provided to them early this morning for them to flee. Now, reports suggest that they landed in Malé a short while ago. They arrived in the capital at Malé, in fact, at 3 a.m. local time. Mr. Rajapaksa's departure, of course, finally, hopefully ends the turmoil that we are seeing in the country. He sat as head of the government in Sri Lanka as it is suffering its worst economic crisis. Now, pictures on your screen are of how intense the resentment to Gotabaya Rajapaksa has been. We saw protesters storm the presidential palace, and thereafter, of course, they have camped over there. Apart from that, protesters still taking to the streets in Colombo. We are now joined by Lahiru Dolasla, our correspondent in Colombo. Lahiru, You were, of course, a short while ago taking us through the fact that all the necessary protocols were followed by the Ministry of Defence before his departure. But give us a sense of what's happening in Colombo right now and how are people reacting to the news of him having finally fled the country and left power in a sense?
So people aren't very much happy that he has not yet given his resignation letter, and so far the Speaker's office has also confirmed that the President has not yet given his resignation letter, or he has appointed an acting President. So people are very much speculative, and they are also in suspicion that he is going to stay there and something is going to be done to the protesters and he is going to return. So people are still surprised and people are still questioning where is his resignation letter. The protesters gave an ultimatum. They told the media and everyone in the world that the President has only time till 1 p.m. to resign. If he does not resign by 1 p.m., they are going to come to the streets and they are going to make sure that the President resigns.
Right, but Lahiru, obviously, that sort of resentment and skepticism, whether he's resigned finally or not, is obvious because he's held on to power for the longest time now. But what do you think will it take for people to believe that he's actually fled the country, perhaps has no intentions of coming back in the short span of time at least? And what do you think is essentially going to make them be reassured that perhaps the next steps now are almost in place?
See, people are still, they are very suspicious of the Rajapakshas. First of all, people were calling them not to be escaped, to hold them accountable for their crimes, for their corruption. They wanted them to be in trial in Sri Lanka. They wanted justice for the stolen money. But now the Rajapakshas have apparently fled the country and people are very much disappointed that they couldn't catch them before they left the country. But they are still in suspicion that the Rajapakshas will come to Sri Lanka again and have a power base in Sri Lanka again, which is why they are still calling on the President to resign as soon as possible. And also opposition parties are calling on the President to fire the Prime Minister, because if the President resigns, the Prime Minister will be appointed as the acting President, and opposition leaders and also the protesters, they do not want Ranil Wickremesinghe as the President.
All right, do stay with us. Our correspondent Saloni, who's over there, sent us this report a short while ago.
Shortage and power outrages has aggravated the social economic position in Sri Lanka. We are standing on a Lanka filling station, as you can see. I'll request my VJ Abhay to show you the long queue here of vehicle users lining up outside. Petrol sheds have become a frequent sight in capital Colombo. Crippling fuel shortage and consequent power cuts has become a big problem for the people here. The transportation for, you can say, food or medicines is a difficult thing, as the transport is badly affected by the fuel crisis. The fresh produce from farms cannot make it to the cities. People can't travel in cars, buses or train. The government here is non-existing. That's why the people are getting angry day by day, and the protesters have demanded the President Rajapaksa to resign at earliest. He has decided to resign on 13th. As of now, the protesters are still on roads and demanding resignation from him. They don't rely on him totally. With VJ Abhay Sharma, Saloni Srivastav signing off from Colombo, Sri Lanka for Republic TV.
And in fact, Saloni is now joining us live from Colombo. Saloni, if you can hear me, take us through what's happening around you. We've been speaking to Lahiru, who's telling us that people are still disbelieving of the fact that the Rajapaksas have fled the country and that, Gotabaya Rajapaksa will resign.
ये कहा जा रहा था कि रेजिग्नेशन उनके द्वारा गोटाबाया राजपक्षे के द्वारा भेजा जा चुका है, लेकिन अभी तक स्पीकर ने पुष्टि नहीं की है कि उन्हें रेजिग्नेशन मिला है या नहीं। लेकिन अभी जो हालात हैं, गोटाबाया राजपक्षे मालदीव्स के माले जा चुके हैं, ये जानकारी मिल रही है। आज सुबह ही वो वहां पहुंचे हैं और इस बीच लोगों का गुस्सा देखिए लगातार बढ़ना लाजमी भी है, क्योंकि जो कुछ हुआ है कोलंबो में, श्रीलंका में, उसके लिए पूरी तरह से गोटाबाया राजपक्षे या ये कहें कि राजपक्षे परिवार को जिम्मेदार मानते हैं लोग। और यही वजह है कि आपने देखा होगा जो तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई कि प्रोटेस्टर्स कैसे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का जो घर है या ये कहें कि प्रेसिडेंट हाउस जो है उसमें पूरी तरह से कब्जा जमाए हुए। साफ तौर पे लोगों का कहना है कि जब तक इस्तीफा नहीं हो जाता तब तक वो वहीं पर टिके रहेंगे। लेकिन क्या सिर्फ इस्तीफे से सब कुछ तय तमाम हो जाएगा? क्योंकि इस्तीफे के बाद बहुत कुछ होना है। इस्तीफे के बाद 3 दिन के अंदर देखिए जो प्रावधान है उसके मुताबिक अगर कोई जो सीटिंग प्रेसिडेंट है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर, वो रिजाइन करता है, प्रेसिडेंट रिजाइन करता है, तो संसदीय बैठक बुलानी पड़ती है। 3 दिन के अंदर ये बैठक बुलानी होती है और 3 दिनों के अंदर आगे जो कार्यकारी प्रेसिडेंट है वो तब तक कार्यभार संभालता है और 1 महीने के अंदर प्रेसिडेंट को अपॉइंट करना होता है। तो ये पूरा तय प्रावधान है और जानकारी मिल रही विक्रम सिंघे कार्यकारी राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी संभालेंगे और हालांकि उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा राष्ट्रपति बनी रहने की भी है और भारत के लिहाज से देखें तो अगर विक्रम सिंघे ये पदभार संभालते तो भारत के साथ अच्छे रिलेशंस रह सकते हैं। लेकिन लोगों में विक्रम सिंघे को लेकर भी उतना ही आक्रोश है जितना राजपक्षे परिवार को लेकर है, क्योंकि फ्यूल प्राइसेस की बात करें, फूड सप्लाईज की बात करें, फॉरेन रिजर्व्स की भी बात करें तो लोगों के लिए बड़ा संकट यहाँ पर मूलभूत सुविधाओं को लेकर खड़ा हो गया है। देखिए अभी भी यहाँ पर कतार आप ये जो देख रही हैं ये रोजाना की बात है। ये जो क्यू आप देख रही हैं गाड़ियों का, ये दरअसल ऑयल रिफिलिंग के लिए है और अब ये रोज इस तरह की तस्वीरें यहाँ श्रीलंका में सामने आती हैं क्योंकि ये अब एक आम बात हो गई है। ये जो क्राइसिस है ये काफी लंबा खिंच चुका है। गोटबाया परिवार या ये कहें राजपक्षे परिवार जो तमाम कर्ज लिया जिसने, वो कर्ज देखिए साइकिल से लोग जाना प्रेफर करते हैं क्योंकि अभी यहाँ पर फ्यूल को लेकर कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है और गोटबाया के लिए कहीं ना कहीं ये कहा जा रहा है कि उन्होंने जो टैक्सेस में रियायत दी थी सिर्फ जनता को खुश करने के लिए, उसने इकोनॉमी पर, श्रीलंका की इकोनॉमी पर और ज्यादा बोझ बढ़ा दिया। गोटबाया ये समझ नहीं पाए कि किस तरह का जो डिफरेंस है, जो टैक्सेस शायद भर रहा था वो भी पूरा नहीं हुआ। फॉरेन रिजर्व्स पहले ही खाली हो गए थे। जी
All right, Saloni, do stay with us. I'm going to go back to Lahiru on this. Lahiru, what is the process forward now? What we understand is that according to the constitution, there will be Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's of course also offered his resignation as the Prime Minister, perhaps be taking over in the interim while at least. But how does this go forward? Because the anger against him isn't less either. He was made to put in his papers as the Prime Minister. So how do you see this going forward now?
So according to the constitution and also according to the law, the prime minister who is sitting will be elected as the acting president for at least 1 month. He can stay in that acting presidency for 1 month. The last time this happened was in 1994 when now opposition leader Premadasa's father, Ranasinghe Premadasa, was assassinated by the LTTE. DB Wijayatunga was the prime minister. He was automatically made the president. So this is the second time that is happening in Sri Lanka according to procedure. So Sri Lankans are very much aware that the prime minister is going to be elected as the acting president. So in the 20th, the parliament will convene and they will go for a vote. They will go for a very secret vote. Nobody will know who voted for whom. But they will go for a secret vote to elect the next president of Sri Lanka who will serve Gotabaya's time. That is another 2 years.
Absolutely, absolutely. Saloni, if I could come back to you now. Saloni, obviously you've been interacting with a large number of people over there. Their daily lives are extremely hard because it's not just poor people who are facing the brunt of the economic crisis. It's normal people who are unable to get fuel, the basics of food in there. So do they understand that at the end of the day, there needs to be a government in place to negotiate, at least with bodies like the World Bank and, foreign governments to be able to ease this crisis?
बिल्कुल इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लोग ये समझते हैं क्योंकि सिर्फ सरकार बनने से सब कुछ हल नहीं होगा। जो फ्यूल प्राइसेस की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है, जैसे भारत फ्यूल आयात करता है वैसे ही श्रीलंका भी फ्यूल आयात करता है, लेकिन उसके लिए फॉरेन रिजर्व्स की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। IMF की बात करें या वर्ल्ड बैंक का जिसका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, देखिए उसके लिए भी ये बहुत जरूरी है कि जो कंडीशन है देश की, सोशो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन, और साफ तौर पर एक नेता जो कि तमाम चीजों को लेकर बात कर पाए। लेकिन गोटबाया राजपक्षे ने इसको लेकर कोई बहुत कदम नहीं उठाए। उन्होंने चाइना से अपनी नजदीकी के बाद जो कर्ज लिया, उस कर्ज की भी मियाद वो अदा नहीं कर पा रहे। अभी लोग साइकिल से आ जा रहे हैं। देखिए कितना मुश्किल लोगों के लिए अब कम्यूट करना हो गया है। यहाँ पर अगर वाहन मिलने की हम बात करें तो वाहनों में महीने में एक बार रिफ्यूलिंग होती है और वो भी 15 लीटर का एक आंकड़ा तय किया गया, उससे ज्यादा फ्यूल नहीं दिया जाता है। तो आप सोचिए कि लोगों के लिए ऐसे कतारों में खड़े रहना, अगर ये कतारें आप देखें, ये एक आम दृश्य है यहाँ श्रीलंका के लोगों के लिए। अब ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं रही। कोलंबो में ये कतारें आपको रोज दिखेंगी और घंटों घंटों लोग लाइनों में रहते हैं और उनको ये भी नहीं पता कि उन्हें मौका कब मिलेगा फ्यूलिंग के लिए, क्योंकि 15 लीटर फ्यूल जो मिलता है वो ये तय किया गया है कि इतना ही दिया जा सकता है, क्योंकि बहुत कम इस समय वो है। और फ्यूल से देखिए तमाम चीजें जुड़ी होती हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट जुड़ा होता है, सप्लाईज जुड़ी होती हैं, तो तमाम जो चीजें हैं वो महंगी इसीलिए हो रही हैं क्योंकि फ्यूल की समस्या है। और ऐसे में लोगों के लिए अब ये दिक्कत हो गई है कि वो जो मूलभूत चीजें हैं, जो जरूरी चीजें, बुनियादी चीजें, उन्हें कैसे अफोर्ड करें, क्योंकि दाम आसमान छू रहे हैं। ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो फॉरेन रिजर्व्स थे या ये कहें जो चाइना से कर्ज मिला था वो राजपक्षे परिवार ने अपनी जेबें भरने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया और जनता के लिए उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। खुश करने के लिए जो टैक्स में रियायत दी, उसके बाद और भारी स्थिति आ गई श्रीलंका के लिए। राजपक्षे, गोटबाया राजपक्षे खासतौर पर जनता को खुश करने की कोशिश तो करते रहे, लेकिन उन्होंने स्थिति की गंभीरता को नहीं समझा। उन्होंने ये नहीं समझा कि पिछले 3 महीने में कितना बड़ा क्रंच है ये श्रीलंका के लिए, कि वो अपने हालात नहीं संभाल पाए, ना उनका ध्यान इस ओर था। और जब सब कुछ हाथ से निकल गया तो वो फरार हो गए। कहा जा रहा है कि वो मालदीव में है और वहां कुछ दिन रहने के बाद वो दुबई चले जाएंगे। देखिए, राजपक्षे परिवार का अगर बैकग्राउंड देखें हम, तो ये परिवार लगातार सत्ता में रहने के लिए तमाम चीजों को करता नजर आया। कभी अपने भाई को, जैसे गोटबाया राजपक्षे, महिंद्रा राजपक्षे ने गोटबाया राजपक्षे को इसलिए कुर्सी पर बैठाया क्योंकि सिरिसेना जो थे, जो पूर्व राष्ट्रपति थे, उन्होंने ये कानून ला दिया था कि 2 ही बार कोई व्यक्ति 2 ही बार राष्ट्रपति रह सकता है। तो उसका काट कैसे निकाला, उन्होंने अपने भाई को कुर्सी पर, गोटबाया राजपक्षे को कुर्सी पर बैठा दिया। और ये परिवार एक वक्त ऐसा भी था, आपको हैरानी होगी जानकर कि परिवारवाद का इतना बड़ा नमूना है ये देश और यहाँ का जो हाल है अभी, कि करीब 40 से ज्यादा लोग, यानी जो रिश्तेदार थे राजपक्षे परिवार के, वो भी मंत्री, कैबिनेट मंत्री, राज्य मंत्री, इन तमाम पदों पर रहते थे और जी भर के इन्होंने पैसे बुनाए हैं। अपने परिवार का कल्याण जरूर कर लिया राजपक्षे परिवार ने, लेकिन देश का कल्याण करना भूल गए। देश का जो भविष्य है उसको लेकर कदम उठाना भूल गए और ऐसे में अधर में लटका हुआ है श्रीलंका। दयनीय स्थिति है। जनता सड़क पर इसीलिए उतरी है क्योंकि जिम्मेदारों से वो सवाल पूछना चाहती है, लेकिन देखिए जिम्मेदार फरार हो चुके हैं, पहुंच चुके हैं राजपक्षे मालदीव्स और वहां से दुबई जाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। जी।
All right, so Saloni, who's reporting from Colombo, as well as Lahiru, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us for the moment. So as our reporters are telling us, the Rajapakses, his wife and he and 2 bodyguards have now landed in Mali in the Maldives. In fact, we're getting more breaking news right now. We are learning that there's been a landslide in the Vasai area of Palghar. Many people are feared to be trapped in this landslide. Houses have also been damaged. Now, the NDRF, we are learning, has reached the spot. The NDRF teams are at the spot and they are trying to make sure that they can pull as many people out as they can very quickly. Those pictures on your screen, we're going to get them to you shortly. We'll show you the extent of the damage that has been caused due to this landslide. Do remember that it has been raining incessantly in Mumbai and its suburbs for the past 24 hours. There's a red alert that's in place in several parts of Maharashtra. So pictures on your screen are of this landslide which has occurred. Alicia is on the phone line with us. Alicia, tell us more.
Well, yes, an incident of landslide that was reported in Vasai area of Palghar district, and many people have been feared to trap along with houses being damaged. 2 people have rescued so far, and what we have been told that NDRF team is in location. They've been trying to rescue the people. But moreover, the situation that has been ongoing in the state of Maharashtra, and we know that there are many of the districts that is under, it seems like it's a flood-like situation. Well, of course, CM Eknath Shinde has been looking into the matter, and even yesterday he said that he's been talking to the district administration and precautionary measures. They have been directed to take a precautionary measure, whatever needed. But the picture that we are seeing at this point of time is of a landslide that happened in Vasai, that is in Palghar district, where most people have been feared to trap, and many houses that have been damaged, is what we have been told by the fire office in Vasai. And NDRF team has already reached, because whether the fact that 2 has been rescued, but there are more people who fear to be trapped and they need to be evacuated first.
All right, Alicia Nair reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is seeking help from prisoners to help them cite other inmates involved in illegal activities. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has Well, the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. Punjab's Advocate General AG Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Well, pictures on your screen are of a video that appears to have gone viral. This is the additional collector from Shivpuri who seems to be mocking the idea of democracy.
मना कर दिया ना आपको, नहीं हमारे हम नहीं डलवा रहे हैं, जो थे वो डाल दिए, पहले आना चाहिए।
नहीं 2:30 बजे की खड़ी,
ठीक है, कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
2:30 बजे की खड़ी,
अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता मास्टर साहब।
तो आप
इन बातों से कोई मतलब नहीं है, हम सीधी बात ये कह रहे हैं।
थोड़ा सा नुकसान होगा हमारा।
क्या नुकसान हो रहा है आपका? क्या नुकसान बताओ ना, क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
कुछ वोट डाल जाते,
आपने वोट डाल के आज तक क्या किया और हमने डाल के क्या किया आज तक? कितनी भ्रष्ट नेता पैदा किए। मैं तो वोट डालना, मैं तो ये समझता हूँ कि वास्तव में बहुत बड़ी गलती है। लोकतंत्र हमारे देश की सबसे बड़ी गलती है। एक कुर्सी से अलग बात कर रहा हूँ आपको, मना कर दिया ना आपको, नहीं हमारे हम नहीं डलवा रहे हैं, जो थे वो डाल दिए, पहले आना चाहिए।
नहीं 2:30 बजे भी खड़े हैं।
ठीक है, कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
2:30 बजे भी खड़े हैं।
अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता मास्टर साहब।
वही तो आप
इन बातों से कोई मतलब नहीं है। हम सीधी बात ये कह रहे हैं।
थोड़ा सा नुकसान होगा हमारा।
क्या नुकसान हो रहा है आपका? क्या नुकसान बताओ ना, क्या नुकसान हो रहा है?
कुछ वोट डल जाते हैं।
आपने वोट डाल के आज तक क्या किया और हमने डाल के क्या किया आज तक? कितनी भ्रष्ट नेता पैदा किए।
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on Live and Breaking, the former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt is arrested by the Ahmedabad police. He is to be produced in court. And the Indian Army falls in infiltration bid in Poonch. Sources suggest that the Pakistani army helped terrorists escape.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. Now, when you start seeing things, you need to either check your eyesight or you need to question your own state of mind. But you cannot ignore the problem. Now, some opposition leaders whose life revolves around the 9 a.m. tweet have started a new controversy. They say that something is not right about the lions in the 6.5 meter representation of the national emblem that will be placed on top of the new Parliament building. Of course, the Prime Minister inaugurated the statue of the national emblem yesterday. These opposition worthies have many problems with the lions, the 4 lions. And here are some of their problems. For starters, they say that the lions in the emblem that Modi inaugurated have teeth. They say the lions have teeth, fangs. What did they want? Hashtag lions with dentures. They also say that the lions that Modi inaugurated are too muscular. What did they want? Starved looking lions on a keto diet. And they also say the problem is with the chests of these lions. They say these lions have their chest puffed out, that the chests are very dangerous looking. What did Jairam Ramesh and these other trolls want? Lions with their chest pulled in. I mean, viewers, it's completely getting crazy. Completely crazy now, all this. It's gone totally crazy, out of control crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy. Downright crazy. Each way crazy. 360-degree crazy. These people. Jairam Ramesh and Owaisi will not even spare the lions in the national symbol. Now they are saying that these lions in the statue that Modi inaugurated are angry lions, that they are looking very angry. What did they want? Mr. Owaisi, what did you want? Lions with a teddy bear look? Cute lions?
And here's a quick update on the landslide that took place in Vasai in Palghar. We are learning that even as NDRF teams are employed in rescue operations, several people are still feared to be trapped. We are also learning that 2 people have been rescued from this area. The landslide occurred earlier this morning. There have been incessant rains in several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thana, Vasai and Palghar. So pictures on your screen are of the rescue operations that are still being carried out by the NDRF as well as the SDRF, which have been deployed in this area. Many houses seem to have also been destroyed due to this landslide. You're watching the Republic Media Network, and still to come on Republic TV. Amid the turmoil, Sri Lankan president flees to the Maldives. Reports suggest that Rajapaksa's escape got the nod of the defence ministry. And Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is likely to take over the office of the president.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
The biggest news stories of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. On Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
Having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community member had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shimoga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है, और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel.
The headlines at 9:30 amid turmoil. Sri Lankan president flees to the Maldives. Reports suggest Rajapaksa's escape got government's nod. Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take over office of the president. Former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt arrested by Ahmedabad police to be produced in court. Indian Army foils infiltration bid in Poonch. Sources suggest Pakistani Army helped the terrorist escape. And nation mourns Srinagar martyr cop ASI Mushtaq Ahmed last journey today. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you, and latest inputs now in our top story. Coming in on the outgoing President Rajapaksa's whereabouts. Our sources suggest that the Maldives is not Gotabaya's final destination. He is in fact expected to reach his destination later in the day, and it's been suggested that once he reaches there, Gotabaya's resignation will be announced. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV, and our sources tell us that Gotabaya is headed not for the Maldives. The Maldives is just a transit point. He is headed elsewhere, and his resignation will be put in. His papers will be put in once he reaches there. Already we have been telling you since this morning that he has fled his country hours before he was set to resign. Our correspondent Lahiru joining us from Colombo. Lahiru, when we talk about the Gotabaya Rajapaksa leaving the country, we do know now that he is headed somewhere else. Is there any information regarding that? Also, now that he's fled, are we looking at the end of one of the most powerful political dynasties that have ruled Sri Lanka for decades?
Yes, we have been getting information that he is headed to Dubai, but this is not yet confirmed. But we know that Maldives is not his final destination. And also, there are still Rajapakshas in the parliament, that is former President Mahinda Rajapaksa's son, and also the former President Mahinda Rajapaksa. We have not got any information whether they have left the country, whether they are still in the country. But yes, this looks like the end of the Rajapaksa dynasty.
And Lahiru, when we talk about Ranil Wickremesinghe, he has proved his mettle in being able to lead the country earlier in his various stints as a head of state. What about, where is he now? Is he still in the country?
Yes, Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, we've got to know that he's going to be placed as the acting president. He is in Sri Lanka. He is in a very secure location because the person who is supposed to be the president has to be protected and guarded. And now he is in a very secure location in Sri Lanka. That whereabout has not been disclosed to anyone. But according to the Prime Minister's office, we've known that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has left the country. And also according to sources, we know that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe will be appointed as the acting president of Sri Lanka.
Right, and we are also expecting that there will be an election soon. What about the protesters? Has the news of Gotabaya Rajapaksa's fleeing the country with his wife and 2 security officials, has that news spread across town as far as Colombo is concerned, as far as the protest sites are concerned? What was the reaction? What are the reactions coming in? Also from the opposition parties, has there been any statement issued?
Yes. So the protesters are joyful, but they are still suspicious whether Rajapaksa will go to Maldives, and after things calm down, he will come back again to Sri Lanka, because he has not yet officially resigned from his post. And also the opposition parties have requested the president to fire the prime minister. They have done it. All opposition parties have requested the president to fire the prime minister, because if the president doesn't fire the prime minister will automatically be appointed as the president.
Right, Lahiru. Well, stay with us. Many thanks, for all the inputs that you've been giving us so far. So as far as we know, since reports last came in, Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled the country on a military jet.
amid mass protests over Sri Lanka's massive economic crisis. It's a country on the edge, and its Air Force has confirmed that the 73-year-old flew to the Maldives with his wife and 2 security officials. They arrived in the capital Male at around 3 in this morning local time, and Gotabaya Rajapaksa's departure is being greeted, has received mixed responses from the people who are protesting, who are camped inside the presidential palace, even as we speak, for the past few days now, since last Saturday. And now moving on to other stories from across India. Shiv Sainiks have reportedly blackened posters of a woman leader, Sheetal Mhatre, after she joined Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp. Mhatre, a former Mumbai corporator in the Dahisar area, visited the Chief Minister's residence yesterday along with some other Sena workers and expressed her support to his camp. On Tuesday, a couple along with their 2 children died in an electrocution incident. The woman was drying clothes on an iron wire put on the wall when it came into contact with an open electric fuse, resulting in her initially getting electrocuted. Her husband, who attempted to rescue her, was also electrocuted along with the children who went towards them. The Narcotics Control Bureau on Tuesday filed charges against actor Riya Chakravarti, claiming that between March and December 2020, all 35 accused in the Sushant Singh Rajput drug case had entered into a criminal conspiracy to finance drug trafficking, including procuring, sale, transport and distribution of drugs in high society and Bollywood circles, and for consumption of drugs. An incident of landslide was reported in Vasai area of Palghar district. Collector of the area informed that 4 people have been rescued, but many are feared trapped in the damaged houses. NDRF is already at the spot while the search for the rest is underway. Met Department issues orange and yellow alerts in several districts of Odisha due to a well-marked low-pressure area over South Odisha coast and adjoining areas, along with strong monsoon flow. Strong winds are likely over the sea off the Odisha coast, adjoining West Central and Northwest Bay of Bengal till the 16th of July. And now updates coming in. New images from Srinagar of the terror attack. These images were captured on camera, and it shows the Lal Bazaar terror attack and how events unfolded. Terrorist has been captured. The terrorist involved in the incident has been captured. Well, this was captured by camera. Those visuals that you see there on your screen, this is from the Lal Bazaar area where the terror attack took place. And it's all on tape. A terrorist has been captured. Zenat, to take us through these visuals. Zenat, we're looking. Well, we are trying to contact our reporters to tell us more about this. It's the Lal Bazaar terror attack that took place in Srinagar. And Gursimran to tell us about these visuals captured on camera. Gursimran, we are looking right now, even as we speak, at visuals of the Lal Bazaar area where that terror attack took place. We believe a terrorist involved has been captured. It's over to you to take us, to tell us more.
See, this incident in the Lal Bazaar area of Srinagar has been reported yesterday when an unfortunate incident took place when Assistant Sub-Inspector of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Mushtaq Saab, lost his life, and now the video has emerged. See, This video has been released by the terror group ISIS
Hind Province, and it seems that a lone wolf attacker has carried out this attack, and he was wearing a body camera. He has recorded all this possibly so as to glamorize the killings in the Kashmir Valley, or to tell the other cadres that they are active in the Kashmir Valley. This video shows the gruesome activity of this terrorist, that how they resorted to the killing of innocent people who are deployed in the Kashmir Valley, but for them they are the traitors. For them they are enemies, as they don't want, as the forces don't want terrorism to be in Kashmir Valley, and that's why we have seen various terror groups coming out claiming the responsibilities. But now this latest videos has been released by the ISIS Hind Province, and video clearly shows that how this terrorist, a lone wolf attacker, is carrying out this attack on the Jammu and Kashmir police. Important to mention that this also seems to be an attempt of ISIS to prove that they are active in Kashmir, and they have their terrorists active even in the Srinagar. Now what we are getting to know from the security agencies, that those terrorists who were involved in this killing, they have been zeroed in by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the manhunt has already been launched to nab these terrorists based on multiple call data as well as the dump data that has been recovered by the agencies from this very area. So not very far this terrorist will be neutralized, but this video clearly shows the coward act by the Pakistani terrorists, how they are trying to destabilize peace in Jammu and Kashmir by targeting the security forces who are ensuring the peace for common people of Kashmir Valley.
Right, Gursimran, when we look at these visuals, we see that as you were telling us, the camera angle clearly from a point where as you mentioned, it was tied to the terrorist body. If I'm clear about what you said, and the terrorists had fired upon a police Naka party. Am I correct? So do these visuals cover that area as well? We are seeing that it's a deserted area. And it's the time of day. Which time of day was it? Was it before the attack or during the attack?
See, it was late evening when this incident has occurred, and it can clearly be seen in the visuals also that this terrorist has come. He was carrying a small pistol, clearly, but that these are the new tools of the hybrid terrorist in the Kashmir Valley, to use the small pistol so as they can hide it anywhere, they can conceal it and later carry out terror attack. And same has happened in the case of this attack only. The terrorist can be seen wearing a body cam in which he is shooting all what he is doing, how the shooting is taking place, so as to glamorize these acts. And apart from that, the terrorist is carrying a small weapon that is easy to conceal, and then when he saw that the police is deployed on the Naka, he resorted to fire. Firstly, he fired at the back of one of the security force personnel, and followed by it he was seen attacking the second person.
Right. Well, Gursimran, our reporter on the ground there, bringing to us those amazing visuals, well, in fact, of the tragic incident which took place yesterday when terrorists attacked a police naka at Lal Bazar area. Those visuals showing us how that attack happened. And this was taken in the camera of the terrorist himself. Gursimran, clearly a planned attack to create terror and to hit at the heart of the security system in the valley.
See, we have seen that how intensified counter-terror operations have taken place in the Kashmir Valley in past 6 to 7 months, and that has totally rattled the Pakistani terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. They were in a bid to carry out a major terror strike, and they chose the Srinagar city because they wanted to send a message that we are active in the Srinagar also. Apart from that, this was a well-planned conspiracy of the terror group. What it seems as of now, since the ISIS has come out with a video, it clearly shows that ISIS is behind this attack, and they have planned it like the way the body cam was on the body of the terrorist. He was recording all the incident. Apart from that, the way he was concealing the weapons, the small weapon was used to carry out this kind of a killing. So this all shows the plot of Pakistan, that how Pakistan and their proxies in the Kashmir Valley wants the valley to be destabilized, don't want peace to prevail, and this was one such attempt. But the security forces are behind these terrorists, and hopefully soon they will be brought to justice.
Right. Well, Gursimran reported it, taking us through every minute detail of that incident. We've accessed for you the visuals of the events of yesterday as they took place in the Lal Bazar area. And as Gursimran was telling us, it was a conspiracy. It was an attack that was planned to hit at the heart of Srinagar and to show that terrorists are still active there. Meanwhile, an ASI was killed. 2 other policemen were injured in that incident, Gursimran. And today, Srinagar will witness, the last journey of the slain martyr. And now moving on to other news stories from across the world. Twitter has decided to sue Elon Musk for violating his $44 billion deal to buy the social media platform, and has asked a Delaware court to order him to complete the merger at the agreed $54.20 per Twitter share. Here's a report.
Twitter has sued Elon Musk for violating the $44 billion deal to buy the social media platform. Twitter has asked a Delaware court to order Musk to complete the merger at the agreed $54.2 per dollar Twitter share. Few days back, Musk announced that he was terminating the Twitter deal as the social media violated the agreement by failing to respond to requests or information regarding fake accounts. Meanwhile, the lawsuit has accused Musk of a long list of violations of the merger agreement that has impacted Twitter business. Meanwhile, Twitter shares also tumbled after the deal failed to go through. According to sources, Twitter has asked a Delaware court to schedule a 4-day trial in mid-September. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news here on Live and Breaking. Landslide in Uttarakhand's Chamoli. Badrinath Highway has been closed due to the landslide in Karnprayag area. And those are the visuals there of, heavy rains still continue in Uttarakhand. And people gathered there watching the rains even as we are receiving news of a landslide in the Badrinath area. So landslide in Badrinath area after heavy rains, and the highway has been blocked. And news now coming in of another landslide, this time in Chamoli in Uttarakhand. The landslide took place near Karnprayag in Chamoli in Uttarakhand after heavy rains. Uttarakhand, one of the states suffering heavy rainfall. However, this is not uncommon in the hill state.
ISIS Hind province has claimed the responsibility of the terror attack in Srinagar, in which one ASI of Jammu and Kashmir police got martyred, and have also released the video shot by the lone wolf attacker. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV on the other side of the break.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है, और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
जय श्री कृष्ण।
biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
News stories of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. On Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
Having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is.
And we now bring you a report from Uttar Pradesh's Unnao in a video that has gone viral. A female teacher is seen thrashing a student mercilessly. Investigations have been initiated by educational authorities into the matter. Here's a report.
In Uttar Pradesh's Unnao, a female teacher was suspended after she was seen thrashing a student inside the classroom. The teacher has now been booked and suspended by the school authorities.
जी ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है। कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में, और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है। वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है।
While thrashing a student comes under a punishable offence, further investigation has been ordered into the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And time now for a short break. You're watching Live and Breaking. Coming up on the other side, all the news about the turmoil in Sri Lanka, where the president has fled to the Maldives. Reports suggest Rajapaksa's escape had got the government's nod. Also coming up, former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt arrested by Ahmedabad police to be produced in court.
Having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who threw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community members had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shivamogga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal.
The terror attack in Srinagar's Lal Chowk is caught on tape. Terrorists captured in the video. An offshoot of the ISIS has taken responsibility for the attack. A former IPS officer, Sanjeev Bhatt, is arrested by the Ahmedabad police, is to be produced in court. Amid the turmoil, the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapakse flees to the Maldives. It's suspected that this is a layover. He could be heading to his final destination soon. And monsoon fury hits Sri Lanka's outgoing Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is likely to take over the office of the President. And monsoon fury hits India from landslides in Vasai to excessive rainfall reported from across western India. We get you reports. All right, news just coming in. We are now learning that there is a comment that has come in from Annamalai. The comment seems to suggest mocking people. Are people your slaves? That's the comment that has come in. We will inform you that the minister must resign within the next 48 hours or his house in Tamil Nadu will be besieged. So these are pictures that have now emerged. It appears that an old woman was beaten up, and after that there has been a shocking statement that's come in from Annamalai where he says, are people your slaves? So that's the comment that we are getting right now. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to get us more details of what's really transpired. But at the moment it does appear that these are shocking visuals that have come about, which have drawn severe reactions from this is a shocking video that has been posted by Annamalai, I think, Those pictures on your screen are of a tweet that has been put up. We are learning that there was an old woman who was beaten up. This is a story that's just coming in. We are still trying to piece together more information on it. But what we know as of now is that it's a shocking statement that's come in from Annamalai. And he's tweeted also, and what we are given to understand is that the tweet, which is in Tamil, seems to suggest and end with the line, "Are people your slaves?" asking for the minister to resign. All right, Narayan Tirumurthy is on the phone line with us. I think all right, Narayana Tirupati from the BJP on the phone line. Mr. Tirupati, how do you see what's happening?
No, this is the arrogant behavior of the minister. And these ministers have been always like this. And I think Mr. Stalin has to take immediate action on the minister. When see, what is the thing? How can he hit a woman like this in front of the public? Yeah, he is a minister to solve the grievances of the public, not to attack the public. And these ministers are arrogant. Right from the day one, the DMK formed its government. So I think the chief minister has to take immediate action. The minister has to apologize and resign.
All right, so you're asking for the minister's resignation. Those pictures, of
Yes,
course,
yes.
are of what happened. Do you think that this kind of behavior behoves a public representative?
Definitely. See, the arrogant behavior by that too a very senior politician and minister like Mr. KK is really shocking and disturbing. I think the Tamil Nadu politics is going beyond the expectations, and we have to see to it that these people are punished severely, whether whoever they are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tirupati, for joining us on the broadcast. So the BJP over, of course, asking for the resignation of this minister. There has been a lot of public outrage over his treatment of this woman. You can see in these pictures that she appears to be complaining to him about something. But the minister, of course, takes those documents and pats ahead with it. Now, so there is a political furor about this, and we're given to understand that various political outfits, including the BJP, of course, are asking for his resignation in the next 24 to 48 hours. So those pictures that have emerged seem to be drawing very sharp reactions right now. People asking for the resignation of the minister concerned. We are also getting a large number of political reactions to this. In these pictures, as we are showing our viewers, it appears that this woman did go to the minister about some complaint, and she had those documents with her. The minister uses those documents to pat her on her head with it. So this sort of behavior from a public representative has drawn a great deal of anger as well as ire from people who've been watching this particular video. The BJP, of course, is asking for the minister's resignation. The BJP giving the minister about 48 hours to resign, or threatening that his house will be besieged in Tamil Nadu. What we know is that the minister Ramachandran essentially was approached by this poor mother who was seeking a solution for her problems. These pictures are from the village of Viruddhanagar, Palavantham. She approached the minister. However, the minister, instead of helping her, seems to have essentially behaved like this with her. Pictures of that behavior, of course, on the screen right now. There is a demand for the minister's resignation right now, and we are hearing from the BJP that they have given the minister about 48 hours to put in his papers. Otherwise, his house will be besieged. That's the threat that's coming in from the minister. And here's a look at some news in brief now. The National Investigating Agency conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of the Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal last month. The NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Karnataka's Home Minister Araga Gyanendra has announced that he will reduce the jail term of prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or contraband substances inside the prison. He further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices inside the prison. Following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning whether he has the constitutional right to do so. The opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police force and hence is asking for help from prisoners. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint given by the father of the children, he said that the children lost their lives after falling into this pothole in Ambetan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. Mumbai's Police Commissioner Vivek Fansalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR be filed for molestation or offences under the POSCO Act be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch sector on the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. The Indian Army reportedly neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. The AIADMK Interim General Secretary EPS and the ousted party leader OPS have moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling on a train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at the train in Panipat. The AG had filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. The Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to Uddhav Thackeray's camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He's also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupam. Now, police have also registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour and Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. While an infiltration bid from the Pakistani side has been foiled by the Indian Army in the Poonch sector, severe gun battle ensued, and it can be seen in this video report that we will play out for you next.
Security forces have foiled a major infiltration attempt from the terrorists across the border. This is in the Poonch district's area of Khari, the general area where a group of 7 to 8 terrorists tried to sneak into the Indian territory. One of the terrorists stepped on a landmine that was planted there, which triggered the blast and alerted the troops on ground, after which an ambush was laid and the terrorists were fired upon. Even the Pakistani army came to the rescue of these terrorists as they violated ceasefire to give cover to these terrorists to escape. But what we are getting to know from our sources that 2 to 3 terrorists have been hit spot on and the searches have been launched in the entire area. This major infiltration attempt from Pakistan comes days ahead of Buddha Amarnath Yatra, which is a holy pilgrimage of Hindus in the Poonch district, and it seems an attempt of Pakistan to vitiate peace. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are now getting from Manali, where a flash flood has occurred. Pictures are on your screen are of the flash floods that took place earlier this morning. Now, do remember that there has been incessant rainfall in various parts of the country, including the north, which has been besieged by rain, and thereafter, of course, landslides as well as flash floods like this one are continuously being reported. About 5 days ago, of course, there was a cloudburst in Kullu as well. So pictures like this one that you are seeing is now coming in from Manali, where there is a flood-like situation. Roads being washed away, the area being inundated by rainfall. Inclement weather, of course, has been reported from much of the northern part of the country, including various parts of Himachal Pradesh as well as Uttarakhand. So pictures on your screen are of a flash flood that appears to have broken out in Manali. We're going to try and go across to our reporters to give us more information. But do remember that a large number of teams of the NDRF are on standby across the country to prevent situations like this and to make sure that they're able to get people and livestock out of flash flood-like situations. In these particular visuals, of course, you can see mud gushing along with the water over there. So a flash flood-like situation. Now, rivers across the north are also flowing above the danger mark in several places, and that is only adding to the troubles. Now, following the IMD's warning that several parts of Telangana will receive heavy rains in the next 2 to 3 days, the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has asked district collectors and officials to be on alert as several parts of Telangana continue to be battered by the heavy inflows into the Godavari.
As Telangana has been witnessing heavy rainfall since last few days, and IMD has predicted heavy rains for the next 2 days, and now we are reporting from Bhadrachalam. As the inflow of water has been increasing at the Godavari River, we see that the people at the low-lying areas have been asked to move out from this place, and also, as my video journalist has been showing, how the water level has increased, which has almost entered into the temple at Bhadrachalam, and now we see that these electric poles also have been submerged in water, and heavy rains here in Telangana for last 2 to 3 days. And next, again, the IMD continues to predict that there's a red alert which also has been sounded in few of the districts of Telangana. Meanwhile, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has also held a review meeting and asked the authorities to make sure that there is proper measures which are being put in place, and also, as the Godavari River at Bhadrachalam is one of the major center points where the water inflow is very high, and due to which we see that the normalcy here also has impacted, and many people have been moved to the centers, and NDRF teams also have been deployed at various locations in Bhadrachalam, and collector of Bhadrachalam has also been reviewing the situation. However, now the water level at Godavari River in Bhadrachalam is near about 53 feet, and we bring you this report from Bhadrachalam. One of the affected areas is said to be Bhadrachalam, and now we are here joined in by the collector of Bhadrachalam. Sir, tell us in regard with the situation, and also we have been seeing that Godavari River at Bhadrachalam has already crossed the danger zone.
So the Bhadrachalam, we have been receiving heavy inflows from the upper stream areas and also the local rainfall as well. And yesterday we have actually issued the third warning level of 53 feet. It has increased up to 53.9 feet, and from last night around 11 p.m. we have seen the Godavari recede. So right now it is 52.3 feet. So it is the third warning has been withdrawn. Because the upper stream catchment has been less and the inflows have been less, we are seeing a gradual receding of the Godavari level, and the forecast is that further receding by tonight.
Okay. But sir, also a few low-lying areas are said to be affected because of heavy rains. What is the situation in Bhadrachalam all over if we talk about, and any impact on the low-lying areas?
Yeah, in our district we've had two mandals, especially Cherla and Dumugudem, that have been adversely affected, around 19 villages. And since yesterday we have evacuated around 977 people, and we have shifted them to the relief camps. Right now they are stationed there, and given the heavy rainfall forecast today and tomorrow, so we have kept them, even though the Godavari has started receding. So as an abundant measure of precaution, we have put them in relief camps, and we are taking care of them.
So how many teams, rescue teams have been deployed across Bhadrachalam, and any sort of NDRF teams also we have been seeing is said to be deployed here? What are the teams deployed, and further any sort of precautionary measures people also need to take?
So we have actually, there are 7 mandals that are nearby Godavari. We have for every village, for every mandal, we have had a rescue team ready on the standby. But so far we have had to rescue only 19 villages which are affected by the Godavari level.
All right, so here's a quick update on what's happening in Vasai. Now, do remember that there was a landslide that hit Vasai in Palghar earlier this morning. We're going to play out those pictures for you very shortly. But we are now learning that NDRF and SDRF teams which have been deployed to the site are conducting rescue operations even as we speak. Now, several houses have also been damaged in this landslide. There have, of course, been incessant rainfall in various parts of Maharashtra, and the IMD has issued an alert for several parts of Maharashtra, including Vasai as well as Mumbai. Let me go across to Alisha, who's reporting from the spot. Alisha, tell us more of how the rescue operations are progressing.
Well, yes, that's a landslide incident that happened in Vasalpada in Vasai, what we have been told, and the information that has been provided by the fire officer of Virar that the local administration has already reached to the spot, and there are more people to be feared to be trapped under the debris is what we have been told. And of course the 4 has been rescued at earlier, that was 2 that was rescued, and more 2 have been rescued. So in total 4 people have been rescued, but yet more people have been feared to be trapped, and for which NDRF team has reached to the location, and the rescue operation is still underway. What we have been told that even Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has been closely monitoring the situation in the state of Maharashtra, where heavy rainfall that has lashed out in many of the districts, and well, yes, as per IMD, red alert has been issued in the many districts, including Pune. Orange alert is for Mumbai, where I am reporting from, and also the red alert is from Vasai Virar as well. So the situation is something is been monitored by Chief Minister and the local administration as well. And yesterday, while speaking to the media, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde clearly stated that directions has been given to the local administration to take up precautionary measures, and there should be no loss of the life. But the visual that we have been seeing is from Vasai, where there is a landslide situation, the incident that happened, and 4 has been rescued, and there are more people feared to be trapped, and rescue operation is still underway.
Also, Alisha, can you give us a quick update on what's happening in Pune? We understand that there is a red alert there, and the Khadakwasla Dam is flowing to full capacity right now.
Well, yes, Khadakwasla Dam is is flowing in a full capacity because it's a red alert that has been issued by Indian Meteorological Department, and which is why there is a heavy rainfall that is continuously been happening since 3 days. What have been told by authority. Well, the local administration is on high alert there. They have been looking into if there is some of the situation if come across, so the authorities will be there to help people, and the instruction that has been already been given by Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister Fadnavis. So, well, yes, the situation is highly monitored, but the situation in some of the many districts is actually getting very worse, because at one side we are seeing that there is a landslide in Vasai, when on the other hand Khadakwasla Dam can be seen that has been overpouring because of the continuously rainfall in Pune, which has already issued a red alert by IMD.
All right, so Alisha, of course, bringing us those developments that are taking place across Maharashtra. There is an orange alert in Mumbai. It has been raining continuously since last night in parts of Mumbai. We are also getting you visuals now of the Khadakwasla Dam in Pune, which is overflowing even as we speak. Rivers across Maharashtra are also overflowing at several locations. So there is also a red alert that's been issued for Pune. Earlier this morning, a landslide was reported in Vasai. So NDRF teams, of course, on standby at various locations, but the IMD has issued weather warnings for across Maharashtra. Alisha, if I could come back to you. Alisha, can you give us an overall situation update of the state of Maharashtra as well? Because we do know that there are several of these alerts that are in place at various locations.
Well, yes, Nupur, the situation across the Maharashtra is something being monitored by the local administration and also by the Chief Minister office, because it's a heavy rainfall and an alert that has been issued by IMD across district. Whether it is Mumbai, where the orange alert that has been issued for the next 2 days, and red alert that has been issued for Vasai Virar district and to the Amravati, Satara, Sangli, Nasik. These are the districts that has been issued with the red alert and which is being closely monitored, because the incident like a landslide that happened in Vasai is something more people to be feared, fear trap, and the 4 has been rescued and NDRF team has also been kept alert. And the beginning what we have informed that there are 29 NDRF team that has been kept on high alert across the state, and if needed there will be the defense that will called in if some situation arises, because the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has been speaking to the media over the situation, over the flood-like situation in Maharashtra, clearly stating that he has been in touch with the department, disaster management. He has been meeting a disaster management department, giving a clear instruction that whatever the precautionary measures needed to should be taken immediately. Local administration is on high alert. If we talk about Mumbai, well, yes, there are some of the places that were waterlogged due to the heavy rainfall. So the BMC has been keeping an closely monitored from the department itself, from the headquarters itself. Even the police has been on a high alert, because this is something has actually slowed the, the traffic has been moving slowly, after which many of the traffic has been also diverted, because many of the places and the lanes that is said to be waterlogged. So, well, yes, overall the situation is something you have asked. The administration has been looking into it, because at one side we can see there is a landslide incident in Vasai, but there are other many places which is completely look into the submerged, and the specifically situation in Nasik is something we saw that it is over water. The water has been pouring since 3 to 4 days. The situation for the people, and that is the where the people have been evacuated from many of the places. Yes.
All right, Alisha bringing us that update. So just to tell our viewers 3 things. There's an orange alert in Mumbai. Several places are reporting waterlogging. Khadakwasla Dam in Pune is overflowing. Thank you, Alisha, for the moment. And we have continuously been bringing you visuals of how our forces have been helping pilgrims at the Amarnath Yatra. These are one such set of visuals that we're going to play out for you now. The ITBP Jawans over there helping pilgrims.
अभी आराम मिल जाएगा चलो बाकी लोग चलो रुको मत ठीक है हवा आने दो उसको चलो नाक मुख दिए ना नींद चलो ना नाक देखो बहुत बढ़िया है आपका अभी आराम मिल जाएगा चलो बाकी लोग चलो रुको मत ठीक है हवा आने दो उसको चलो नाक मुख दिए ना नींद चलो ना नाक देखो बहुत बढ़िया है आपका अभी आराम मिल जाएगा चलो बाकी लोग चलो रुको मत ठीक है हवा आने दो उसको चलो नाक मुख दिए ना नींद चलो ना नाक देखो बहुत बढ़िया है आपका
Well, after the shocking attack over the presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu from the Congress's side, we are now given to understand that the BJP has hit back. The Congress, to remember, had said that Draupadi Murmu, who is the NDA's presidential candidate, represents an evil philosophy. The BJP has now hit back and has said that she's being attacked because of her tribal background. Do remember that Draupadi Murmu is the NDA's candidate for president, and presidential elections, of course, take place on the 18th of July. She's currently on a tour of various states which of course is taking place even as we speak. Let's go across to Piyush. Piyush, we understand that the BJP has now retorted. Tell us more. Piyush, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've got Piyush right now. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But let's listen into what the BJP has said.
She represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi. She represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of, she represents a very evil philosophy of India.
Piyush, we understand that the BJP has hit back. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, that's the big development coming in. What we are now learning right now is that BJP has hit back at the Congress party for using the language which is against the presidential candidate of NDA. Remember that Draupadi Murmu is on visit to country where she is going, reaching out to all the political parties, seeking her support. But now the Congress party is coming out and saying that Draupadi Murmu is the one who represents the evil philosophy. Now the BJP has hit back at the Congress party by saying that Draupadi Murmu has been attacked by the Vadra Congress because she is from the tribal background. Remember that at the time the name of Draupadi Murmu was announced by the BJP-led NDA. We have seen massive support she is enjoying from all the political parties, and once again we are now seeing how the different political parties have come out and extended complete support to Draupadi Murmu. But the Congress party continues to play politics on this, and now the Congress has come out and said that she represents the evil philosophy. On this, BJP has responded back by saying that she has been attacked for tribal background. We'll have to wait and watch how the Congress party is now going to react on this. But yes, massive war wars have now begun between BJP and Congress on the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. Remember that elections for this will take place on 18th of this very month. The results would be out on 21st of July, and the term of Ramnath Kovind is coming to an end on July 25th. Before that, results would be out. But even before the elections can take place, the kind of words those are being used by Congress party somewhere suggests as to how their mindset is. Now the BJP has retorted back by saying that she has been attacked because she is from tribal background.
All right, Mr. Poonawalla joins us on the phone line right now. Mr. Poonawalla, good morning. How do you see this targeted attack that's been launched against Ms. Murmu by the Congress party? Do you think that perhaps it's a little below the belt and it does not behove a political party?
Well, this is the mindset of the Congress party. Today, the Congress party must explain that isn't this an insult of the entire Adivasi Samaj? For the first time, a person from the tribal community, the woman that too, is becoming the president of this country, and the Congress party calls this person evil mindset. They say that he has an evil mindset. This shows the mindset that was always at play. They insulted Baba Saheb Ambedkar. They defeated him in elections. They denied him Bharat Ratna. They did not allow the legacy of Bhagwan Birsa Munda to come up. This is the same Congress party that has denied SC, ST and the OBC community their rights. And today when we are making the first woman tribal president. This country is giving the first woman tribal president the opportunity to serve. Here they call the entire Adivasi community of one belonging to an evil philosophy. What evil philosophy does Draupadi Murmuji represent? She's come up from the grassroots. She's worked hard. She's faced economic, socio-economic and other challenges, personal challenges, and risen to the top. And today you are insulting not just her but the entire Adivasi community. This is an anti-Adivasi statement that has been made, and the Congress party must apologize. It's not the first time. You would remember Puducherry Congress tweeted that she's a dummy candidate. They deleted that tweet. Mr. Yashwant Sena has been calling her a rubber stamp president candidate. So this time and again, it's an insult of the women, it is an insult of the Adivasi Samaj, and it is an insult of everybody who believes in the cause of SC, ST, OBCs, Baba Saheb Ambedkar's philosophy. So this is an insult that the Congress party must answer about and tell us why are they allowing this kind of insult of Draupadi Murmu on a daily basis.
All right, Mr. Poonawalla, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So Shahzad Poonawalla over there saying that the Congress must apologize for the words that they've used against the presidential candidate of the NDA. Pictures on your screen are of Draupadi Murmu. She is the NDA's presidential candidate. The elections take place on the 18th of July, and at this point in time, she does appear widely to have the confidence of most members. Do remember that most political parties, except of course for the Congress and some opposition groups, are supporting her. She in these pictures, of course, is seen with the BJD, which has supported her candidature for the next president of India. All right, more news coming in. We are now learning that Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, will be meeting Raj Thackeray this afternoon or at 2 o'clock at his residence. Now, preliminary information that we are getting seems to suggest that Fadnavis will be meeting Raj Thackeray of the MNS to thank him for his support. So, news just coming in. We are learning that the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, will be meeting Raj Thackeray of the MNS at his residence this afternoon. I think we've got Alicia on this. Alicia, tell us more about this meeting.
Well, yes, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is going to meet MNS Chief Raj Thackeray today at his residence at 2 p.m. It has been stated that Devendra Fadnavis is going to personally thank Raj Thackeray for his support, whether it was this Rajya Sabha election or whether it was MLC election or whether for the floor test. We know that Devendra Fadnavis for the floor test itself has dialed on Raj Thackeray, and where Raj Thackeray has assured that his MLA, the one MLA that is from Kalyan, is going to help and give a vote to the Eknath Shinde and BJP in the assembly, and that has been done. Which is why Devendra Fadnavis, who has already in the press conference has mentioned that earlier, that he is going to meet personally Raj Thackeray to thank as he extend the support to Eknath Shinde and the BJP government. Which is why Devendra Fadnavis at 2 p.m. where is going to go at Raj Thackeray residence at 2 p.m. where Devendra Fadnavis will personally thank Raj Thackeray for his support.
Isha, if you could give us more details as to at what time we are expecting this, expecting the meet to happen between Fadnavis and Raj Thackeray.
Well, Samiksha, what we have been told that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis at 2 p.m. is what he is going to visit Raj Thackeray resident in Dadar, and Devendra Fadnavis is personally going to thank Raj Thackeray for his support for the election, because we know that the floor test was something very important for Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, where the letter that was given by Governor to prove its majority. At that point of time, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis itself dialed Raj Thackeray to give their support to MNS support to BJP Eknath Shinde. And what we have been told that Raj Thackeray at that telephonic conversation is assured that he is going to extend his support, and that has been done in the assembly, what we have witnessed. Which is why Devendra Fadnavis has decided, and also in the earlier press conference, what he mentioned that he is going to he is personally going to visit Raj Thackeray at his residence, where he is going to personally thank, and that is happening today, where Devendra Fadnavis at 2 p.m. Will visit Raj Thackeray residence in Dadar, where he is going to personally thank Raj Thackeray for his support.
All right, Alicia, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So those are some of the details coming at this point. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis, is all set to meet Raj Thackeray at 2 p.m. at his residence and personally extend gratitude to Raj Thackeray for extending his support in the formation of the new government in Maharashtra. And more breaking news coming in, this one with regard to Riya Chakrabarti and the drug supply case. We are told that she's been charge sheeted for drug supply. In fact, she was allegedly in touch with drug peddlers as well and thereby committed an offence as per the charge sheet that has been filed. So that is the big news break coming in at this point. Riya Chakrabarti was in touch with drug peddlers. She's been charged for drug supply. A big charge that has been levelled against the actor Riya Chakrabarti with regard to drug supply. We are told she's been charge sheeted. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. As of now, what we are picking up is that she has been charge sheeted, and in this charge sheet that has been filed, it's been clearly mentioned that she was in touch with the drug peddlers. So trouble there for the actor Riya Chakrabarti, who's been charged for drug supply. In fact, the NCB has charge sheeted Riya Chakrabarti for being in touch with the drug peddlers, we are told. We have Alicia also joining us to give more details. Alicia, what more can you tell us with regard to this charge sheet that has been filed against Riya Chakrabarti?
Well, it's a fresh charge that has been filed against Riya Chakrabarti, Shavik Chakrabarti and the other 33. There are 35 accused that has been charge sheeted by Narcotic Control Bureau, and this charge sheet has been submitted before the special NDPS court. Samiksha, if I read out some of the main pointers, it's clearly stated that in pursuance of the foresaid criminal conspiracy, accused number 7, that is Shavik Chakrabarti, was in regular touch with drug peddlers and placed order with the drug peddlers and placed orders of delivery of ganjas and hashish charas and received many deliveries. While talking about Riya Chakrabarti, which says that Riya Chakrabarti was in touch to the drug peddlers during the period of March 2020 and September 2020, and thereby you have been committed. That is, Riya Chakrabarti have been committed an offence under section 8C, 20B, 2A, 28 and 29 of the NDPS Act. What is more important to know that it is also information that has been clearly stated that Riya Chakrabarti received many deliveries of ganja from accused number 6, that is Samuel Miranda, Shavik Chakrabarti and Deepesh Sawant and others, and handed over those delivery to actor late Sushant Singh Rajput and made payment for the delivery for the incident A7, that is accused number 7, Shavik Chakrabarti and Sushant Singh. So what is important to know, because at the earlier Samiksha, we know that before the court, Riya Chakrabarti and his legal team, which clearly stated that Riya Chakrabarti was arrested for no reason. But at this point of time, where NCB had charge sheeted Riya Chakrabarti and other 34, clearly showed the role of each and every accused in the case, because there are 35 accused in this case, and it's clearly mentioned that Riya Chakrabarti was in regular touch with the drug peddlers from March 2020 to September 2020, and there was a payment that has been received that has reflected in the bank account. So this means in the charge sheet where NCB, not only the WhatsApp chat that has been mentioned, but has also been said that the bank account details has also been given to the court. The important will be after 15 days when the court will hear the matter, because the trial is something going to start. At that point of time, Riya Chakrabarti and the other accused statement will be recorded before the magistrate, and many more revelations can be come up from the NCB, because even if it's 1.5 years, we know that Narcotic Control Bureau isn't continuously looking into the matter, and the new charge that has been filed by NCB clearly stated the role of all the accused, including Riya Chakrabarti, which says that Riya Chakrabarti was in touch with a drug peddler from March 2020 to September 2020, and not only this, but the delivery of ganja getting from the drug peddler was given to actor late Sushant Singh Rajput. So this is something which mentioned. The bank account has been reflected. The payment that has been done, that has been reflected in the bank account, and that has been put forth before the court.
Yes, Alicia, and also this is this is very significant because the charge sheet clearly mentions, like you were also telling us, that Riya Chakrabarti has made payment for her brother along with for late actor Sushant Singh Rajput as well. And this is very significant because in the past we've seen how Riya Chakrabarti has been in denial completely when we talk about drug supply particularly.
Well, yes, Samisha, this is something not new because even earlier, whether it is a WhatsApp chat or whether it is a bank account, we have already showed our viewers what was the involvement of Riya Chakrabarti in all this case. But that has been confirmed in a charge sheet that has been filed by Narcotic Control Bureau before the Special NDPS Court, clearly showing the role of Riya Chakrabarti. Whether it is she was in a regular touch with the drug peddlers. We know that there are many drug peddlers who were arrested during that course of time when the investigation was underway, and there were many of the arrests that has been made by Narcotic Control Bureau Mumbai unit, and there were drug peddlers who has also revealed that they were in touch. There are many drug peddlers. They were in directly touch with Riya Chakrabarti and Shouvik Chakrabarti, and that is what now NCB in a charge sheet has mentioned. They clearly stated Riya Chakrabarti and Shouvik Chakrabarti, they were in regular touch with the drug peddlers along with Deepesh Sawant and Samuel Miranda, and there is a payment that has been received to the drug peddlers on getting a delivery of ganja and other drugs substances, which clearly indicates what was the involvement. Now we have to see what the court taking into the congresses, because the charge sheet has already been taken into the congresses and the matter of the hearing is going to take place after 15 days. So the trial is something is going to start is what we expect, because in the trial the many of the people, because it's not only about the 35 accused, NCB has of course has recorded statement of many of the witnesses. We have to see how many witnesses statement has been recorded and who will come before the court to give a statement that clearly gives the role of Riya Chakrabarti, whether it is in getting in touch with the drug peddlers, and also that delivery was given to Sushant Singh Rajput is what mentioned by NCB in the charge sheet that has been filed before the Special NDPS Court.
Yes, Alisha, anything you are learning from your sources as to any more people who were probably linked to late actor Sushant Singh Rajput and Riya Chakrabarti as well, who are probably under the scanner of the NCB at this point in time?
See, we know that NCB is turning no stone unturned, because 35 accused in the case is something, a big matter that has already been investigated by Narcotic Control Bureau. 35 accused has been charge sheeted, and each and every role, every accused role has been specified in the charge sheet with the evidence that has been attached, because the envelope, what we have been told, the envelope that has been attached with the charge sheet and that has been given to the court, and that will something open once the court will start with the hearing. So of course, if there are other more people or any other people who have been
Alisha, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Just hold your thoughts there. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you could take us through the details of this charge sheet that has been filed.
But in fact, just to take it from where Alisha has just left, in fact, 35 people have been named in this particular charge sheet. Some of the important names, and perhaps we could also flesh it out in a short while from now. Siddharth Pichani being accused number 35 in this particular case. Accused number 10 is Riya Chakrabarti, and her brother Shouvik Chakrabarti has also been named. There are other characters who are very important to understand this entire conspiracy. Riya Chakrabarti, Shouvik Indrajit Chakrabarti, Samuel Miranda. Samuel Miranda is accused number 6. Abdul Parihar, they all have been named. Remember, all these are characters who have been tracked very closely by Republic TV. Remember, right from day one, we basically raised this question about the supply of a drug. Now, if you take a look at the charge sheet that has been filed, and specifically the charges that have been leveled against Riya Chakrabarti, beginning with Riya Chakrabarti, this is what the NCB essentially has found out in its investigation. That drugs were basically taken from Deepesh Sawant. There were deliveries of ganja that came in from other accused, Dwayne Fernandez, Rishikesh Pawar, Samuel Miranda, Karan Arora, and all of them were basically involved in handing those deliveries to actor Sushant Singh Rajput. And in fact, they made payments for those deliveries at the instance of Shouvik Chakrabarti and Riya Chakrabarti. So there are two important charges. One, of procuring drugs, and second, making payments for the same.
Now, that's the charge that has been leveled against Riya Chakrabarti. If you take a look at the charges that have been leveled against Shouvik Chakrabarti, the NCB says that he was in regular touch with the drug peddlers and he placed orders for delivery of ganja and hashish and received many deliveries from Abdul Basit, Kaizan Ibrahim, Karamjit Singh Anand and Suryadeep Malhotra. All of these names have been figured in this particular charge sheet. And once again, the charge that has been leveled is that they are responsible for handing over these deliveries to Sushant Singh Rajput, and they are the ones who made the payment for the deliveries from their own pocket. And in fact, Riya Chakrabarti also made payments between March 2020 and September 2020.
Yes, Shravan, if you could once again take us through the details for the viewers also who are just tuning in, because all these months we've seen how Riya Chakrabarti has been in complete denial when we talk about be it the consumption of drugs or even supplying drugs for that matter. If you could take us through the significance of this NCB charge sheet.
Samiksha, let's understand that this entire charge sheet is only limited to the role that she has essentially played in procuring and supplying drugs to the actor. As far as the mysterious death of the actor is concerned, that is entirely been looked into by the Central Bureau of Investigation. They are yet to file a charge sheet. But this entire allegation and several allegations that have been leveled against actor Riya Chakrabarti was the fact that while she was with Sushant Singh Rajput, that she was essentially sharing the space with Sushant Singh Rajput, she essentially played an important role in procuring drugs and supply of drugs. And in fact, not just her, but her brother, Shouvik Chakrabarti, also played a very important role. Now, this has been fleshed out in the charge sheet that has been filed. In the charge sheet, not just Riya Chakrabarti and Shouvik Chakrabarti, but 33 others have also been named in the charge sheet, which includes drug peddlers, which also includes those who actually helped Shouvik Chakrabarti in procuring the drugs. And also, we're given to understand that in terms of supplying to Sushant Singh Rajput. Now, specifically, if you take a look at some of the charges that have been leveled against Riya Chakrabarti and, for that matter, Shouvik Chakrabarti, they are essentially talking about Riya Chakrabarti receiving deliveries of ganja from Samuel Miranda, Shouvik Chakrabarti and Dipesh Sahu. These three names. She was actually receiving the drugs, and she is the one who's actually handed over those deliveries to actor Sushant Singh Rajput. And not just that, NCB says that they have come across proof or evidence to suggest that she is the one who made the payments for those deliveries, that too at the instance of Shouvik Chakrabarti and Sushant Singh Rajput. And they have specifically mentioned the time period. They say it is between March 2020 and September 2020. And they have also, they say that this is an offence under various sections of the NDPS Act, specifically 27A, 28, 29 and 30 of the NDPS Act.
Yes. And Shravan, like you're telling us that Riya Chakrabarti helped in facilitating the drug supply. If you could talk to us more about those who are also, the other accused as well who've been mentioned in this charge sheet of the NCB. Well, we'll try and connect with Shravan again, but let me go back to Alisha, who continues to stay with us. Alisha, if you could take us through the details of this charge sheet once again, which clearly mentions how Riya Chakrabarti facilitated the drug supply to her brother and late actor Sushant Singh Rajput as well.
Well, yes, Samisha, we have read out what has been mentioned by Narcotic Control Bureau against Riya Chakrabarti and Shouvik Chakrabarti. If I specifically read about what has been mentioned, it clearly stated that Riya Chakrabarti in the month of, from the month of March 2020 to September 2020, she was in regular touch with the drug peddler. There was a delivery of ganja where Riya Chakrabarti, Shouvik Chakrabarti, Dipesh Sawant and Samuel Miranda were involved, and they were getting a delivery of ganja through drug peddler, and that was given to handed over to Sushant Singh Rajput, is what has been mentioned and claimed by NCB in the charge sheet that has been submitted before Special NDPS Court. So, moreover, the payment has also been mentioned. So there are the payment that has been received to drug peddlers. Their phone has, of course, the time they were arrested, their phone has been seized and recovered, and the data was taken out, whether it is a WhatsApp chat or whether it is a bank account. And even we saw at that point of time where the NCB officials went through, they were going to the bank itself, whatever the bank they were holding as an account holder. So the data, the statement has been taken by NCB, and that is what now mentioned in the charge sheet as well. So, well, of course, the court, when will hear the matter, there will be more evidence that could come in, because this is just a role that has been showed by NCB that Riya Chakravarti was involved and she was giving drugs to Sushant Singh Rajput. She is admitted to supply drugs to Sushant Singh Rajput, and of course she was in regular contact with drug suppliers. So this is something, a very important point that has been made by NCB since the last 1.5 years. So now this more evidence that will come before the court, because it's not only about what is mentioned and the evidence, whether it is WhatsApp chat or whether it is the bank account, the statement. So, but moreover, the evidence, the witness, their statement will also be recorded before the magistrate court, and that will be very much important, because court will record statement and that will taken into the consideration when the court will, give a final verdict and may convict many of the accused in the case. So it is very important at this point of time where NCB has been clearly stating, because there was an allegation that was made by Riya Chakravarti and his legal team that Riya Chakravarti was wrongly jailed. She was put behind the bar, which was invalid, and she was put into the wrong case. But now NCB has given a clearly information, thoroughly information has been given by NCB that she was from the month of March till September 2020, she was in regular touch with the drug peddlers, and there was a delivery of drug substances that has came into a light, which is why she's been, she's been committed offence under some sections of the NDPS Act.
Yes, Alisha, thanks for that. Stay with us. So those are some of the details that are coming to light. Riya Chakrabarti, who has been charge-sheeted by the NCB, which the details of which say that how Riya Chakrabarti made payments to the drug peddlers. She was in constant touch with the drug peddlers when it comes to supplying of drugs, not just to her brother, but late actor Sushant Singh Rajput as well. So Riya Chakrabarti's role that has now been pinned by the NCB when we talk about drug supply to late actor Sushant Singh Rajput. A lot of details that are coming in at this point. A lot of evidence, like Alisha was telling us, has been recovered by the NCB, be it the digital evidence, the bank accounts of Riya Chakrabarti as well, for that matter. Three-layered role of Riya Chakrabarti has been nailed by the NCB in its charge sheet that has been filed. She is also booked under, in fact, the offence comes under several sections of the NDPC.
Narcotic Control Bureau has filed a charge sheet against Riya Chakravarti, Shovik Chakravarti and other 33 accused. Narcotic Control Bureau has completely mentioned that Riya Chakravarti was in touch with the drug supplier and she's been admitted to supply drugs to Sushant Singh Rajput. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Good evening and welcome. Now, when you start seeing things, you need to either check your eyesight or you need to question your own state of mind. But you cannot ignore the problem. Now, some opposition leaders whose life revolves around the 9 a.m. tweet have started a new controversy. They say that something is not right about the lions in the 6.5 meter representation of the national emblem that will be placed on top of the new Parliament building. Of course, the Prime Minister inaugurated the statue of the national emblem yesterday. These opposition worthies have many problems with the lions, the 4 lions. And here are some of their problems. For starters, they say that the lions in the emblem that Modi inaugurated have teeth. They say the lions have teeth, fangs. What did they want? Hashtag lions with dentures. They also say that the lions that Modi inaugurated are too muscular. What did they want? Starved looking lions on a keto diet. And they also say the problem is with the chests of these lions. They say these lions have their chest puffed out. That the chests are very dangerous looking. What did Jairam Ramesh and these other trolls want? Lions with their chest pulled in. I mean, viewers, it's completely getting crazy. Completely crazy now, all this. It's gone totally crazy, out of control crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy. Downright crazy. Each way crazy. 360-degree crazy. These people. Jairam Ramesh and Owaisi will not even spare the lions in the national symbol.
Tracking the big story this hour, actor Riya Chakrabarti, who has been charge-sheeted by the NCB, where the NCB has pinned Riya's role with regard to drug supply. She's been charged for drug supply. We are told that actor Riya Chakrabarti was in touch with drug peddlers and that she made payments to drug peddlers as well. She received and supplied the drugs to the late actor. In fact, Riya Chakrabarti along with 33 others have been named in this charge sheet that has been filed by the NCB. In fact, we are told that Riya Chakrabarti made these payments to the drug peddlers during the period of March 2020 to September 2020. A very short break. Will continue with our coverage as Save Riya campaign now flops.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से उसको देखता हूँ तो इसका एक्सप्रेशन बदल जाता है। तो एंगल ऑफ फोटोग्राफी भी बहुत कुछ मायने रखती है।
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters, live on Bangla's #1 news channel, Republic Bangla, People's Voice.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
Biggest news stories of Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. এখন কি বলবেন আর যে ছবি আমার সেই ক্ষেত কিন্তু on Bengal's #1 বাংলা নিউজ চ্যানেল রিপাবলিক বাংলা পিপলস ভয়েস
having accessed the CCTV of the bomb attack at the RSS office in Kerala's Kannur district. We are told the incident, remember, happened earlier this morning.
The police suspect that the people who throw these bombs had come in a bike, and they're also looking at whether there is a political reason for the attack in the RSS office. The office has suffered losses, including the window panes have been destroyed and few parts of the furniture at the entrance has also been destroyed.
Raju has alleged that due to an old enmity, another community member had attacked him. A case has been registered by the police.
He was being attacked last night. The police have confirmed that 5 people had involved in this particular attack, and it is a clear vengeance attack from this group in Shivamogga district.
This video has come out from Wayanad. They're very provocative slogans, death threats saying like we'll chop your hands and limbs and your head. And this is SFI. And the most atrocious of all is the ending of the very slogan, which says democracy, freedom and socialism.
ये सेम मॉडल है, हमने बनाया। ये अगर मैं ऐसा करके दिखाता हूँ तो ये एग्रेसिव दिखता है, और इसी एंगल से फोटोग्राफी हुई है। अगर मैं इस एंगल से
The headlines. The NCP's charge sheet pins down Riya Chakraborty's role, says Riya was in touch with peddlers and supplied narcotics. 3-layered mega Riya role in the drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, and she funded and supplied the drugs. Shocking attack by the Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents an evil philosophy. The BJP retorts, saying attacked for her tribal background. Terror attack in Srinagar's Lal Bazar is caught on tape. Terrorists captured in the video. IC's offshore has taken responsibility. Amid the turmoil, Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to the Maldives. It is probably a layover, will reach the final destination today. From landslides in Maharashtra's Vasai to Uttarakhand's Chamoli, monsoon fury across India. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we begin with news that just come in a short while ago. Riya Chakraborty, the Bollywood actor, has been charged by the NCP in its charge sheet. Riya has been allegedly charged with conspiracy, including being in touch with drug peddlers and thereby committing an offence as per the charge sheet. We're going to go across to Alisha, who's reporting on this. Alisha, give us more. All right, first we'll go across to Shavan, who's reporting on this. Shavan, the NCB in its charge sheet has claimed that between March and December of 2020, all the 35 accused, including Riya Chakraborty, were involved in this case. There was trafficking, including procuring, sale and transport of banned substances. Give us more details, please. Shavan, are you there with us? All right, so here's what we know so far. The NCB in its charges that were filed against the actor Riya Chakraborty has claimed that between March and December of 2020, All 35 accused in the Sushant Singh narcotics case entered into a criminal conspiracy to finance drug trafficking, including procuring, sale, transport and distribution of drugs in Bollywood. So that's the latest that we are getting. We're going to get you more information in just a bit. Well, we're now going across to news that's just coming in from Sri Lanka. We are learning that the outgoing President Rajapaksa has fled to Mali, but what we understand is that Maldives is not Gotabaya Rajapaksa's final destination. He's in fact expected to reach his final destination perhaps later today. Sources also seem to indicate that once he reaches his final destination, Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation will be announced. Now, there has been a great deal of speculation as to whether Gotabaya Rajapaksa has already resigned, but that resignation, if it has happened, hasn't been made public yet. Earlier this morning, we were getting information as well as a press release that came in from the Defence Forces in Sri Lanka, which suggested that Gotabaya Rajapaksa cleared all protocols and thereafter an Air Force Antov jet actually proceeded to Mali in the Maldives. Now, from the Maldives, we are given to understand that he could be proceeding to Dubai. That is believed to be his final destination. We're going to try and get our correspondents to give us more information on this aspect of it. But what we know so far is that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, along with his wife and two bodyguards, earlier this morning arrived in Mali in the Maldives at about 3 o'clock local time. Now, the president, of course, has been in hiding after pictures of the crowd storming his presidential palace emerged last week. Sri Lanka has been going through the worst economic depression it has seen ever since through various decades rather. Now, this economic downturn, of course, is expected to get worse since there is really no government in place at the moment. We are given to understand that Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was the Prime Minister earlier, could be given the charge. According to the Sri Lankan constitution, he is supposed to take over as President once the resignation of the President is made public. Now, when that happens, we don't know yet, but developments that have taken place this morning seem to suggest that Gotabaya Rajapaksa may stick to the deadline that he had given to protesters, that he will resign on Wednesday, and that's today. He's already made his way to Malé in the Maldives and is expected to go further to perhaps Dubai. That's what we are learning from our sources. Now, we're also learning that the Speaker is likely to announce his resignation soon. There is no timeline in place yet as to when that happens, but the constitution in Sri Lanka provides for the Prime Minister then to be sworn in as a caretaker president till elections can be held and a new president can be appointed. So do remember that Ranil Wickremesinghe also has resigned as the Prime Minister after there have been sustained protests that have taken place across Sri Lanka. Pictures that came in over the weekend seem to suggest that the anger among Sri Lankans has now brimmed over. We saw pictures of how people entered the presidential palace as well as the private residence of the Prime Minister. These are protesters who've been peacefully protesting for months on an end now. These protesters now seem to be headed back to the presidential palace. These pictures that we are getting to you from Sri Lanka. Now, we've been speaking to our correspondents on the ground who seem to suggest that people in Sri Lanka still don't believe as to whether Gotabaya Rajapaksa will finally hand in his resignation. Let's go across to Saloni. She's reporting from Colombo on this. Saloni, what has the reaction of people, citizens who've been protesting for so long been to the fact that the president has now fled the country? Do they believe that he will finally resign?
ये सड़कों पर आप जो लोगों की भीड़ देख रहे हैं, दरअसल ये प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ रही है। हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तस्वीर दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और ये जिस तरह से गोटा राजपक्षे ने राज किया, उसका गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए, ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लगातार ये तस्वीरें जो आप दिखा रही है श्रीलंका के सड़कों का हाल है। श्रीलंका की सड़कों का हाल, जो प्रेसिडेंट हाउस पर जो भीड़ थी वो अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। हम आपको लगातार ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे, कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम प्रधानमंत्री आवास पहुंचने की, लेकिन देखिए लोगों की भीड़ ये बता रही है कि नाराजगी उनमें कितनी तेजी से बढ़ गई। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं आपको वहां तक ले जाने की। रास्ता बंद हो गया, देखिए यहाँ पर रास्ता बंद हो गया है, हमें खुद से जाना पड़ेगा। यहाँ पर हमें थोड़ा वक्त चाहिए, हम थोड़े वक्त बाद आपको वो सीधी तस्वीरें दिखा पाएंगे, क्योंकि यहाँ रास्ता बंद हो चुका है, हमें पैदल यहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा। थोड़ा वक्त दीजिए, हम आपको वो तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे लोगों के बीच चलते हुए, किस तरह का माहौल है, किस तरह के हालात है, ये हम आपको दिखाएंगे। देखिए अब हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर रास्ते को रोक दिया गया था और कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम आपको दिखाएं कि क्या हाल है। ये गाल रोड है श्रीलंका का, और लोगों की भीड़ दरअसल ये जो बढ़ रही है ये प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे अंतरिम राष्ट्रपति बनेंगे। लोगों में उनको लेकर भी नाराजगी है और सड़क खचाखच भरी हुई है। देखिए ये श्रीलंका का हाल है। श्रीलंका की जनता अब कहीं ना कहीं मांग रही है इंसाफ, सवाल पूछ रही है। जो राजपक्षे परिवार का राज रहा, इतना लंबा राज, जिसमें कहा गया कि चाइना से नजदीकियां बढ़ाने के साथ जो पैसे बनाए गए, जो कर्ज लिया गया, उनसे सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी गई हैं। और ये देखिए गाड़ियों में भरकर लोग झंडा श्रीलंका का लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और सड़क पूरी तरह से लोगों से भरी हुई है। लगातार हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं और ये गाल रोड है श्रीलंका का। बड़ी बात ये है कि जो जिम्मेदार थे वो फरार हो चुके हैं, जिनके हाथ में देश की कमान थी वो फरार हो चुके हैं। लेकिन जो भी अब कमान संभालेगा उसके सामने सबसे बड़ी चुनौती होगी जनता को ये साबित करने की कि कैसे यहाँ के हालात ठीक होंगे, क्योंकि आर्थिक हालात बद से बदतर हो चुके हैं और स्थिति दिन पर दिन खराब होती जा रही है। अभी भी लोग लाइन लगाकर खड़े, पीछे देखेंगे आप पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं है, क्योंकि जानकारी मिली। देखिए ये कहा जा रहा है लोगों की तरफ से, हिंदी में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं, कह रहे गो गोटा होम, बार यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है। नारेबाजी की आवाज आप तेजी से सुन सकते हैं। और ये श्रीलंका कई हालात एक दिन में नहीं हुए हैं, कई सालों तक इसे पूरी तरह से खत्म किया गया। आप देखिए पूरी तरह से सड़क भरी हुई है लोगों से और आगे और पीछे हर तरफ लोग ही लोग नजर आ रहे हैं। जो दयनीय स्थिति है अभी श्रीलंका की, चाइना से जी तोड़ मदद ली राजपक्षे ने, उनकी नजदीकियां रही, लेकिन वो नजदीकियां सिर्फ जेबें भरने के लिए रही, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरने के लिए रही, लोगों का विकास करने के लिए, देश का विकास करने के लिए, देश के आर्थिक हालात ठीक करने के लिए नहीं रही। लगातार अभी आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं और जहां तक आपकी नजर जाएगी, देखिए जहां तक आपकी नजर जाएगी पूरी सड़क भरी हुई है लोगों से और नारेबाजी सिंगली भाषा में की जा रही है लोगों की तरफ से। देखिए इंग्लिश में बोल रहे हैं गो गोटा होम, लगातार ये बात कही जा रही है। जब से जानकारी मिली लोगों को तब से और नाराजगी बढ़ गई कि मालदीव घूम रहे हैं, परिवार के साथ मालदीव चले गए हैं, 2 बॉडीगार्ड्स और परिवार के साथ मालदीव गए हैं और सड़क पर लोगों का हुजूम आप देख रहे हैं, हम इन्हीं लोगों के बीच आप तक हर तस्वीर पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभय लगातार मेरे साथ बने हुए हैं, अभय हर तस्वीर हमारे साथ पहुंचा रहे हैं आप तक। देखिए सड़कों पर ये जो भारी भीड़ है ये एक दिन का आक्रोश नहीं है, ये कई सालों का, दशकों का आक्रोश है। 2 दशक तक करीब राजपक्षे परिवार ने कानून को तोड़ा मरोड़ा अपने हिसाब से किया और लगातार राज करते रहे। अगर हम इधर से टॉप एंगल से दिखा पाए, यहाँ पे दिखाइए जरा दर्शकों को कि कितनी लंबी कतार है ये लोगों की। अब कोशिश कर रहे हैं अब तक वो तस्वीर पहुंचाने की टॉप एंगल से, क्योंकि बहुत भीड़ है यहाँ पर। देखिए अब कोशिश लगातार कर रहे हैं और ये पूरी सड़क लोगों से भरी हुई है, नारेबाजी चल रही है। लोगों ने बैंड्स लगाए हुए हैं गो होम गोटा के। श्रीलंका में जो हालात है, जो दयनीय स्थिति है, जो खराब फैसले राजपक्षे परिवार ने लिए, क्योंकि देखिए जब उन्हें दोबारा गोटाबाया राजपक्षे जब आए कुर्सी पर तो उन्होंने टैक्सेस में रियायत दे दी। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज जो था उनका फॉरेन रिजर्व खत्म हो चुका था, वो स्थिति की गंभीरता को नहीं समझ पाए। वो नहीं समझ पाए कि अभी जो हालात हैं उसमें टैक्सेस में रियायत की नहीं, जो कमी है उसे पूरा करने की जरूरत है, लेकिन ये समझ नहीं पाए। और यही वजह है कि खराब फैसले, खराब नीतियां, कंगाल होता देश, आर्थिक समस्या, फ्यूल शॉर्टेज, ये तमाम जो चीजें हैं उसका नतीजा ये रहा कि लोग अब सिंहासन खाली करने की बात करने लगे हैं। लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। अब है आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि लोगों की भीड़ कैसे यहाँ खचाखच पहुंचती जा रही है। जो नारेबाजी हो रही सिंगली भाषा में, श्रीलंकन लैंग्वेज जो है उसमें ये नारेबाजी की जा रही है। पूरी सड़क भरी हुई है लोगों से। तस्वीरें जो आप देख रहे हैं और ये आम हो गई हैं अब। देखिए, ये श्रीलंका के हालातों की कहानी बयां करी है। वो देश जो कभी ट्रैवल टूरिज्म के लिए जाना जाता था। ये आरोप लगाए हैं लोगों ने यहाँ के कि सुनामी जब आई तब भी राजपक्षे परिवार ने पैसा बनाया, जब कोविड आया तब भी राजपक्षे परिवार ने पैसा बनाया। ये बात कही जा रही है लगातार लोगों की तरफ से, क्योंकि पूरा का पूरा एक वक्त ऐसा भी था, दर्शकों को ये जानकर ये हैरानी होगी दर्शकों को कि एक वक्त ऐसा भी था जब 40 लोग करीब सत्ता में थे 40 लोग इसी परिवार के। आप सोचिए, एक परिवार जिसके 40 लोग, पूरा परिवार सत्ता में है, कोई कैबिनेट मंत्री है, कोई मुख्यमंत्री है। देखिए, आप समझिए जो स्थिति है वो एक दिन में नहीं खराब हुई है, ये सालों तक अनदेखी की गई हालातों की, फैसले गलत लिए गए, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी गई, देश के भविष्य का सोचा नहीं गया, तब यह हाल हुआ है। टूरिज्म पर क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा 70% इकोनॉमी यहाँ की टूरिज्म पर निर्भर थी, और क्योंकि कोविड 2 साल जिस तरह से रहा उसने देश की इकोनॉमी को पूरी तरह से तोड़ दिया, मरोड़ दिया, और उसमें जो खराब नीतियां रही गोटाबाया राजपक्षे की राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर, उसके बाद ये देश धीरे धीरे धराशायी हो गया। और यही वजह है कि आज ये जो तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, लोगों का गुस्सा है जो सड़कों पर उतर आया है, और लोग अब अपने देश के भविष्य को खुद तय करने की
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from Colombo. People still not really believing that Gotabaya Rajapaksa will step down. We've been speaking to our correspondents on the ground who are saying that protesters are still thronging the protest sites. Some of them, of course, right now are headed to the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence. But pictures on your screen, I think, are also coming to us from the Presidential Palace, where there seems to be a huge security deployment in perhaps anticipation of these protesters then heading over there. Now, ever since news that Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his wife as well as 2 bodyguards have fled from Sri Lanka has come in, we are given to understand that protesters have started to head to the streets again. They're going to the Galle Face. That's been one of the locations where these protesters have been gathering, to the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence as well as to the Presidential Palace in Colombo. Now, here's what we know so far about the President's departure. So far, we are told that the President, of course, has made his way to Mali in the Maldives. That, we are told, is perhaps just a layover. His final destination is yet to be ascertained. We will be knowing that shortly. But even as this happens, there is expected to be a political vacuum in place. The President's departure, of course, means that there could be a potential vacuum, because do remember that Sri Lanka is going through its worst economic crisis, and when that happens, there will need to be a functioning government that is in place, which will be able to help start digging out financially this country from the mess that it is in. I think we've got Lahiru, who's been bringing us updates, joining us now from Colombo. Lahiru, you were earlier telling us how people still don't believe that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has actually resigned, because, you know, that piece of paper where his resignation is going to be is so important to people today. But, you know, the fact that he's fled the country is a significant victory for these protesters.
Yes, but the protesters, they do not believe that under the leadership of Ranil Wickremesinghe as president, the justice will be served for them, and they also believe that Ranil Wickremesinghe made and he arranged helicopters could escape from Sri Lanka. So the protesters have given an ultimatum, that is by 1 p.m. today, the president as well as the prime minister has to resign, or else they will go to the streets and they will continue to occupy government administration buildings and other places like shown in your videos. Those of the prime minister's office, which has not yet been occupied by the protesters. As we are getting to know that the protesters are now heading towards the prime minister's office, and security has been beefed up there, but the security forces might be overwhelmed because there are over 10,000 protesters now heading towards the prime minister's office to urge the prime minister to resign from his post.
All right. Stay with us. Let me go back across to Saloni. Saloni, you are speaking to those protesters. What are their demands? Now, we are hearing that Ranil Wickremesinghe could be the next president, but there's a great deal of anger against him as well.
यहाँ पर हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, देखिए ये प्रेसिडेंट आवाज से जो भीड़ है वो आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए ये प्रेसिडेंट आवाज से जो भीड़ है वो आगे बढ़कर यहाँ आ गई थी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस, और लोग यहाँ तक पहुँच चुके हैं। लोग ऊपर यहाँ जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस है वहां पर खड़े हैं और रुक नहीं रहे हैं, लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है कि पूरे शहर, पूरी राजधानी कोलंबो में ये मार्च निकाला जाना है, ऐसा लग रहा है लोगों की तरफ से, क्योंकि लोग रुक नहीं रहे हैं, लोग आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। और प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस है, हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं, यहाँ पर ही विक्रमसिंघे का आवास है, माफ कीजिएगा ऑफिस नहीं आवास है, ये हाउस है प्राइम मिनिस्टर हाउस। यहाँ की भी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखाते हैं। यहाँ पर अभी कुछ देर पहले लोगों को हटाया गया था, रोका गया था घुसने से, लेकिन हम फिर अंदर आने की कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए आप लोगों की भीड़, सड़कों पर भी अभी आपको शोर नजर आ रहा होगा, लोग पूरे शहर में घूम रहे हैं, सड़कों पर पूरे शहर में विरोध कर रहे हैं। और ये देखिए अंदर की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं, यहाँ पर भी अलग पूरी तरह से लोग भरे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन सड़कों पर भारी भीड़ है। और ये जो बड़ी बड़ी दीवारें थी जो गार्ड करती थी प्राइम मिनिस्टर के घर को, वहां पर देखिए लोग खड़े हैं वहां पर, और वहां से हम आपको पूरे सड़क की तस्वीरें दिखाने की कोशिश अब करेंगे। पूरी सड़क की तस्वीरें जहां पर लोगों की आवाजाही मुश्किल थी, लोग घुसकर अंदर नहीं आ पाते थे, वहां लोगों ने अपना ठिकाना बना लिया है। और अब आपको टॉप एंगल से हम दिखाएंगे। देखिए आप देखिए सड़कें, देखिए ये विक्रमसिंघे का आवास, और यहाँ से सड़कों पर लोगों की भीड़। देखिए यहाँ पर ये जो भीड़ है ये इस बात को बता रही है कि अब प्रदर्शन रुकने वाले नहीं, अब किसी तरह का समझौता बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, क्योंकि श्रीलंका की किस्मत के साथ लंबे समय तक समझौता किया राजपक्षे परिवार ने। 2 दशकों का जो राज रहा उसमें खुद की बढ़ोतरी ज्यादा हुई, देश पीछे चला गया, काफी पीछे चला गया। अब देश आगे जाने का वक्त आ गया, देश को आगे ले जाने का वक्त आ गया है। देखिए राजपक्षे परिवार किस कदर पैठ अपनी बनाया हुआ था, ये हम आपको बताएं। महिंदा राजपक्षे आपको याद होगा लंबे समय तक प्रधानमंत्री थे। गोटबाया राजपक्षे अभी राष्ट्रपति हैं, इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया है। स्पीकर ने भी आधिकारिक जानकारी नहीं दी है कि इस्तीफा उनको मिला या नहीं, लेकिन वो मालदीव फरार हो चुके हैं। चमल उन्हीं के परिवार के तीसरे भाई एक्स मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं। वही बेसल आपको याद होगा, कल तस्वीरें सामने आई थी, वो पहुंचे थे एयरपोर्ट फरार होने के लिए, लेकिन इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर्स ने उन्हें रोक दिया। अब आपको बताते हैं इनके वंशजों का क्या हाल है। महिंदा के जो 2 बेटे हैं, नमल और योशिष्ठा, दोनों एक्स मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं महिंदा सरकार में। चमल जो थे, जो उनके बेटे शशिधरा, वो भी एक्स मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं। सोचिए पूरा परिवार एक देश पर अपनी पूरी पैठ बनाता है और उसे आगे ले जाने के बजाय पीछे खींच लेता है। श्रीलंका इतना खूबसूरत देश रहा, राइट, बहुत अच्छा ट्रैवल डेस्टिनेशन रहा, लोग आते थे यहाँ पर, लेकिन अब लोगों के लिए यहाँ आना मुश्किल हो गया है। यहाँ पर जो व्यवस्थाएं, सोचिए फ्यूल रिफिलिंग ना होने से क्या हालात हैं कि जो ट्रांसपोर्ट जब महंगा हो जा रहा है तो फूड सप्लाईज नहीं हो पा रही हैं। पूरी एक चेन है जो यहाँ पर खत्म होती नजर आ रही है, और सलोनी एक तरह से मुश्किल ये है कि आगे अब कैसे बढ़ेगा ये देश। देखिए जो भी बैठेगा इस गद्दी पर, ये कांटों भरा ताज होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर गद्दी पर तो जरूर बैठ जाएंगे, लेकिन आर्थिक स्थिति कैसे नियंत्रण में आएगी, लोगों में कैसे विश्वास ले आएंगे, तमाम चुनौतियां हैं। जी और लगातार हम रिपब्लिक टीवी पर, रिपब्लिक भारत पर इस खबर पर लगातार बने हुए हैं, हर तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, लगातार इस खबर पर बने हुए हैं। बहुत थोड़ी देर के लिए रुक रहे हैं, वी आर टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक एंड वी विल बी right back in a while. Be with Republic.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೇನೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is seeking help from prisoners to help them cite other inmates involved in illegal activities. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via trains. Well, thousands of citizens are continuing to throng the Prime Minister's residence in Colombo in Sri Lanka, despite the fact that there were reports earlier this morning that the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapakse, fled Sri Lanka on a military jet, reportedly accompanied by his wife and 2 bodyguards. The President and his wife fled to Malé in the Maldives and is expected to leave from there soon and go onward towards his final destination. Now, his brother, the former Finance Minister, Basil Rajapakse, has also left the crisis-hit country. Now, the President, of course, has left just days after his residence was overrun by protesters calling for his resignation. He had, of course, pledged to stand down from the post of President on Wednesday, and that's today. So, however, despite fleeing the country, we still haven't got word whether he's resigned formally or not. Let's go across to Lahiru, who's tracking all these developments for us from Colombo. Lahiru, we are still continuing to see these protesters throng official buildings as well as the golf face. Now, tell us, what are their final demands and what are they hoping to hear?
The final ultimatum is the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and also the resignation of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. And today we've got to know that the Prime Minister will be taking over as President after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigns. So the protesters are now trying to storm the Prime Minister's office, demanding the Prime Minister to also resign from his post. But that would cause a power vacuum in Sri Lanka, which is at risk of leading to anarchy. As according to many experts, coming to a television interview yesterday, the governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka said IMF negotiations are now underway and Sri Lanka needs a stable government in order to get the bailout. And if Sri Lanka goes to anarchy and protesters occupy all key government institutions and Sri Lanka goes leaderless, IMF will not be able to negotiate for a bailout and Sri Lanka will further go into economic collapse.
All right. Thank you for that for the moment. We slip into a very short break here. When we come back, we bring you more news. You are watching Republic TV. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continue.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and latest inputs coming in on outgoing President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa's whereabouts. Our sources suggest that Maldives is not his final destination. He is in fact expected to reach his final destination later in the day. Sources say that once he reaches there, his resignation will be announced. So those are visuals we are getting you from Colombo, where the action is all taking place. First of all, going across to our correspondent Saloni, who's there on the ground in Colombo covering this momentous occasion in our neighborhood in Sri Lanka. Saloni, it's over to you to take us through what's happening right now.
अभी यहाँ से जो सारे प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो राष्ट्रपति भवन से होते हुए, प्रधानमंत्री भवन से होते हुए अब जा रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस, प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर जा रहे हैं और लगातार बढ़ते जा रहे हैं आगे। हम उन्हीं के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं। पूरी सड़क लोगों से पटी हुई है। देखिए, क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे कार्यकारी राष्ट्रपति बनेंगे और 3 दिन के अंदर बैठक उन्हें बुलानी होगी, सर्वदलीय बैठक, जो प्रावधान है संविधान में। यहाँ श्रीलंका के संविधान को देखें तो 1 महीने के अंदर राष्ट्रपति का चयन होना जरूरी है, और अगर एक ही प्रतिनिधि को आगे किया जाता है तो वो तुरंत चयनित हो जाएगा राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर। लेकिन अगर 2 प्रतिनिधि होते हैं तो सीक्रेट बैलेट वोटिंग होगी और उसके बाद ये तय होगा कि कौन काबिज होगा राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर श्रीलंका में। लेकिन देखिए, हम आपको जरा वो साइन बोर्ड दिखाएं, पार्लियामेंट, यहाँ से शायद जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस है वो पास ही है पार्लियामेंट के, वो तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। साइन बोर्ड पर पार्लियामेंट लिखा हुआ है और सारी भीड़ यहाँ पर आगे बढ़ रही है उसी रास्ते पर। हम भी उन्हीं के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर ये जो प्रदर्शन है ये इसका मेन मोटिव क्या है, क्योंकि अभी तक हमें लगा था कि राष्ट्रपति के आवास के बाहर आपने देखा होगा उस पर कब्जा है, अभी भी प्रधानमंत्री के आवास पर अभी भी कब्जा है। और अब जानकारी मिल रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री के ऑफिस जा रहे हैं, वहां पर क्या अंदर घुसने की कोशिश होगी, क्योंकि भारी फोर्सेस का भी डिप्लॉयमेंट है। आर्मी के हाथ में है ये देश, अभी कोई सरकार नहीं है, सत्ता में कोई नहीं है, कैबिनेट भंग हो चुकी है, नई कैबिनेट की क्या तस्वीर होगी किसी को पता नहीं है। तो पूरी तरह से अधर में लटका हुआ है ये देश और देशवासी सवाल यही पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिर भविष्य क्या है श्रीलंका का। और यही वजह है कि सड़कों पर उतरकर सवाल पूछना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि समझ नहीं आ रहा कि कहां जा रहा है ये देश। आर्थिक हालात बद से बदतर, दिन पर दिन खराब, महीनों कतारों में लगकर जब पेट्रोल डीजल भरवाना पड़ रहा है 470 रुपए प्रति लीटर के देने पड़ रहे हैं, तो आप समझिए कि लोगों का जीवन कितना मुश्किल है। 100 रुपए की चाय मिलती है, 100 रुपए की चाय, आप सोच पाएंगे 470 रुपए। भारत में जब 100 रुपए लीटर तेल पहुंचा था तो लोगों को के माथे पर बल आ गया था। 4 गुना ज्यादा, 5 गुना ज्यादा महंगाई यहाँ पर है। और देखिए, जो कर्ज है वो करीब अरबों करोड़ों में है चाइना का, जो अदा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। अभी यहाँ पर जो राजनीतिक परिवार है और उनके परिवारवाद के चलते पूरा देश अधर में लटका हुआ है, दयनीय अवस्था में पहुंच चुका है। जिम्मेदार तो फरार हो गए हैं, मालदीव में बैठे हैं और कहा जा रहा है वहां से दुबई जाएंगे। लेकिन अब जिम्मेदारों के फरार होने के बाद जो अब ये नए सिरे से जिम्मेदारी लेगा, उसके लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है ये भी समझना होगा। क्योंकि पूरा देश जिसकी अर्थव्यवस्था बेपटरी हो चुकी है, उसे पटरी पर लाना इतना आसान नहीं रहने वाला है। जो भी राष्ट्रपति बनेगा, विक्रम सिंघे के साथ भारत के संबंध अच्छे रहे हैं। विक्रम सिंघे अगर राष्ट्रपति बनते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी महत्वाकांक्षाएं हैं दोबारा राष्ट्रपति बनने की, प्रधानमंत्री से राष्ट्रपति बनने की उनकी महत्वाकांक्षाएं हैं, इस पद पर रहने की उनकी महत्वाकांक्षाएं हैं। लेकिन उन महत्वाकांक्षाओं से लोगों में नाराजगी है, क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे को कहीं ना कहीं जो ये परिवार है उसका करीबी माना जाता है। राजपक्षे परिवार का एक्सटेंशन ही माना जाता है विक्रम सिंघे को। यहाँ के लोगों से जब बात हुई तो उनका यही कहना था कि विक्रम सिंघे एक तरह से राजपक्षे परिवार का एक्सटेंशन है। ऐसे में उनकी मौजूदगी, उनके इतने बड़े पद पर उनको सुशोभित किया जाना वो बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, ये भी लोग कह रहे हैं। लोग लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम उनके साथ बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सड़कें देखिए, आप सड़कें देखिए। अब इधर से दिखाएंगे, जरा इस तरफ से दिखाएंगे तो हम ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से दिखा पाएंगे। इस तरफ से आइए, इस तरफ से आइए बे, देखिए। अब आपको दिखाते हैं तस्वीरें, जरा दूर तक देखिए जरा। लोगों की ये भीड़, लोगों के पास नौकरी नहीं है, खाने को पैसे नहीं है, रोजी रोटी का संकट है। जब नौकरी ना हो, रोजी रोटी का संकट ना हो, गाड़ियों में भराने के लिए तेल ना हो, खाने के लिए खाना ना हो, तो सोचिए उस देश के हालात कैसे होंगे। लोग सड़कों पर ही तो उतरेंगे। बैंड्स लगाए हुए हैं लोगों ने, गो होम गोटा लिखा हुआ है, सिंगली भाषा में बड़े बड़े पोस्टर्स लगे हुए हैं। और ये विरोध, ये प्रतिरोध थमने नहीं वाला है जब तक ये बेपटरी अर्थव्यवस्था वाला देश पटरी पर ना आ जाए। लेकिन क्या इतना आसान होगा? जो भी इस कुर्सी पर आएगा, ये कांटों भरा ताज है, जो भी लगाएगा उसके लिए बहुत चुनौतियां हैं। इस ताज के साथ राष्ट्रपति का पद, प्रधानमंत्री का पद मिल जाएगा, लेकिन पद के साथ वो बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिलेगी एक देश को संभालने की। ये एक तरह से इतिहास में दर्ज हो जाएगा कि एक परिवार जिसने 2 दशकों तक राज किया और उस 2 दशकों के राज में सिर्फ अपना कल्याण, जनता को भूल गए, जनता का कल्याण नहीं किया। दरअसल लोगों ने आंख मूंद कर राजपक्षे परिवार पर भरोसा किया। क्यों, इसकी वजह भी मैं आपको समझाती हूँ। दर्शक जो अभी जुड़े उनको समझाती हूँ। क्योंकि सिविल वॉर जो चल रही थी लिट्टे के साथ, वो खत्म करने में राजपक्षे, महिंद्रा राजपक्षे ने बड़ी भूमिका निभाई थी। उन्होंने चाइना से करीबियों के साथ तमाम हथियार वहां से लिए और सिविल वॉर जो थी उसको लेकर जीत हासिल की। तो लोगों को भरोसा हो गया कि सिविल वॉर से जिसने हमें निकाला, इतने सालों तक, इतने वक्त तक देश ने जो झेला, वो हमारे देश को आगे ले जाएगा। लोग दरअसल समझ नहीं पाए कि राजपक्षे परिवार पैसे बना रहा है, राजपक्षे परिवार अपना कल्याण करने में लगा है, देश को भूल चुका है और लोग इस भरोसे में आ गए। और अब जब लोगों की आंखें खुली हैं, जब पर्दा हटा है उस सच से कि ये देश पूरी तरह से खोखला हो चुका है देश, तो लोग अब सड़कों पर हैं। यहाँ वक्त हो गया एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेने का। We are taking a short break. We will be right back. Stay with Republic. We'll show you exclusive shots here from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Stay with us.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is seeking help from prisoners to help them cite other inmates involved in illegal activities. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp.
You're looking at live visuals that Republic is bringing to you from Colombo, capital of Sri Lanka, a country devastated by economic crisis and a food crisis as well. Its leaders having fled the country after landing all the people in a crisis that very few countries have heard of. Desperate people there, in their thousands, marching now towards the country's parliament. Our reporters on the ground bringing you each and every update from there. Saloni telling us what's happening. Thousands took to the streets of Colombo today after news broke of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his wife having fled the country in a military jet. Now we can see mostly young men and women marching there towards the country's parliament. In a few hours from now is the likely deadline that was given to Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign. News is that he has fled to the Maldives. but that's just a transit point. He is likely to move ahead. Some reports suggest he could be going to the United States, others that he could be going to Dubai. Of course, there are no confirmed reports as yet, and that it's a step that he's taken as a strategy in order to protect himself from being arrested. Saloni joining us once again. Saloni, once a tourist paradise, it's a devastated country now. You said the army has taken over. We are also hearing reports of clashes between the police and protesters. In the morning, protesters gathered at the Gallifey's Green. Now you're saying that they are moving towards the country's parliament. Many of them, we can see in those visuals that you're bringing us, lying exhausted on the streets of Colombo. Take us through what's happening now. Also, any information on the protesters who are inside the presidential palace? Have they left the palace?
प्रेसिडेंशियल पैलेस अभी तक छोड़ा नहीं गया है और अभी जहां हम पहुंचे हैं यहाँ पर ही देखिए आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल हुआ था और यही वजह है कि भारी भीड़ प्राइम मिनिस्टर दफ्तर की तरफ बढ़ रही है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस की तरफ। वहीं हम भी पहुंच चुके हैं। तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जो भीड़ लोगों की दिखाई दे रही है। दरअसल यहाँ पर बल प्रयोग किया गया था, आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए थे लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर पर। और ऐसे में सारे प्रदर्शनकारी प्रधानमंत्री आवास, राष्ट्रपति आवास से सीधे उठकर इधर आ गए हैं। देखिए संख्या बल भी देखिए, लोगों की ताकत यहाँ पर दिखाने की कोशिश, लोगों की ये बताने की कोशिश कि अब किसी तरह की मनमानी नहीं चलने वाली, बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी मनमानी। और देखिए तस्वीरें, आप देखिए, आपको ये तस्वीरें सब कुछ बयां कर रही हैं। मुझसे ज्यादा ये तस्वीरें बता रही हैं कि लोग कितने गुस्से में है, कितने गुस्से में। 1 बजे तक की डेडलाइन दी गई थी, आप जिक्र भी कर रही थी उस डेडलाइन का। 1 बजने में अब ज्यादा वक्त नहीं है, करीब 1.25 घंटे का वक्त है। और उससे पहले 13 तारीख की सुबह यानी आज सुबह मालदीव्स पहुंच चुके हैं राजपक्षे। कहा जा रहा है दुबई जाएंगे। ये देखिए किस तरह से अलग अलग जगहों पर, सड़कों पर प्रदर्शन चल रहा है, नारेबाजी चल रही है। यहाँ काफी शोर है, आप नारेबाजी सुन सकते हैं। देखिए अंग्रेजी में एक पोस्टर है यहाँ पर, वो हम आपको दिखाएंगे, पोस्टर अंग्रेजी में पोस्टर लिखा है, से नो टू एनी पॉलिटिक्स, से नो टू एनी पॉलिटिक्स, स्टॉप यू फ्रॉम बीइंग अ श्रीलंकन, गोटा गो होम 2022, इंग्लिश में ये लिखा हुआ है पोस्टर। और यहाँ पे सारे लोग खड़े हैं, आप देखिए नारेबाजी हो रही है। हम बात भी करने की कोशिश करेंगे। 1 बजे the time decided for resignation is 1 p.m. and if he doesn't resign, what you will do?
People will continue to protest like this, and they need a political solution because the system, we need to change the system. System is corrupted. If anybody comes to power, this system is not allow them to do the justice for the country. So we need to change this system.
If Vikram Singhe becomes president, will you guys accept that? If Vikram Singhe becomes president, will you guys accept that?
I don't think we are not. Yes, people are not going to accept. People are not going. Public.
अगर राष्ट्रपति बनते तो लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं है। लगातार नारेबाजी हो रही है, हम आगे भी बढ़ेंगे। यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ आप देख रहे हैं और यही हालात हर तरफ सड़कों पर नजर आ रहा है। अब है आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। हमने बात भी की जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, उनका कहना है कि से नो टू एनी पॉलिटिक्स व्हिच स्टॉप्स यू टू बी अ श्रीलंकन, यानी जो भी राजनीति आपको एक असली श्रीलंकन बनने से रोकती है। देखिए लंका धधक रही है लोगों के गुस्से से, लोगों की नाराजगी से, क्योंकि यहाँ पर अब लोग समझ चुके हैं कि कम से कम राजपक्षे परिवार तो
So live visuals from Colombo in Sri Lanka. Most of them, as you can see in those visuals, even as they spoke with our correspondent Saloni, who's there on the ground, it's an exhausting march to the Prime Minister's office. They've given the deadline. They say that this is a people's movement and they've given the deadline of 1 p.m. Of course, we'll have to wait and watch, even as the news broke early this morning. of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, fleeing the country with his wife and 2 security officials in a military jet. The go-ahead given by the government. Lahiru joining us, our correspondent there, to review for us, and because it's through his eyes and through Saloni's eyes that we are getting a glimpse of the events as they are playing out. Lahiru, it's nearing the deadline of 1 p.m. How do you see the situation as it is now, as thousands move to the Prime Minister's office? Most of them we see are young students.
Yes, we are getting to know that curfew has been imposed in the western province of Sri Lanka, and also we are also getting to know that the state of emergency has also been declared by the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister has also, according to sources, the Prime Minister has also instructed security forces to arrest anyone destroying public property, any rioters in lorries and trucks to be arrested as soon as possible, because the instructions have been given to security forces to arrest anyone who is behaving unruly and who is trying to destroy public property. And we can see over 10,000 protesters are now marching towards the Prime Minister's office to make sure that Prime Minister also resigns with the President. But we cannot see any sign from the government that they are budging to the protesters. We can only see that the government is now going to impose emergency laws and also going to impose curfew and trying to take control of the situation in Colombo.
Right, Lahiru, when you talk about emergency, well, what could it mean? Could it mean the rounding up of all these protesters being put? Well, Lahiru will be coming back to you and to you, Saloni, as well. But now it's time for a short break. We'll be continuing our exclusive coverage of Sri Lanka and the crisis that's unfolding there. Stay tuned after this short break.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who
And breaking news coming in now. Emergency declared in Sri Lanka. Lahiru, our correspondent on the ground in Colombo. Those are visuals that Republic is giving you live from the Lankan capital as the Sri Lankan crisis spirals almost out of control. Now in an attempt to maintain control, we believe emergency has been declared. Lahiru, when you say that, emergency has been declared and there would be orders passed, directions given to the army and to the police. Well, Saloni was telling us how the army is now trying to maintain control. The police earlier in the day had tried to disperse protesters with tear gas. We'd like to hear from you about what the next steps that could be adopted could be.
According to the Constitution, the President can only declare emergency. So the Prime Minister has now, the Prime Minister is the person who is now in charge of the country. And we've got to know that he has imposed emergency laws as well as curfew in Colombo. Now the security forces, including the military, like before, the police could only arrest people, but now the military can also arrest people under the emergency laws, and they can also round up protesters, and they can also arrest all these people who are now rioting and who are also protesting against the Prime Minister and the President in Colombo. Now the military have full powers to crack down on the protesters. Legally, they have the full powers to crack down on the protesters.
Right. When we look at the protesters right now, ever since the news broke this morning of Gotabaya Rajapaksas having fled the country, they have come out on the streets. What can you tell us about the protesters we are seeing right in front of us? Are they different from those who are camped inside the presidential palace? Are they new entrants, new protesters who are coming in from different parts of the country? Or are the protests being carried out at different places in Colombo?
New protesters are also now joining the protest movement. We are hearing that more people are now going to the streets and headed towards the Prime Minister's office. And we've got to know that there are over 13 factions of protesters, different types of communists, different types of socialist unions, different types of independent groups, liberals, everyone. There are 13 different types of protesters now heading towards Colombo, and so far there is no leadership behind them. These are all independently organized protests. These are all independently organized protesters, and they are all united towards making sure that the President resigns and also the Prime Minister resigns.
And Lahiru, stay with us. We'll be coming right back to you. We see a chopper flying overhead. Well, lots happening there in the Sri Lankan capital. But now it's time for a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Pansalkar has Well, the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
The biggest news stories from Bengal. The loudest voice of the people of Bengal. Bengal's best reporters live on Bengal's #1 Bangla news channel.
The Narcotics Control Bureau pins down Riya Chakrabarti's roles as Riya was in touch with drug peddlers and supplied narcotics. It's a three-layered mega Riya role in the drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, and she funded and supplied the drugs. The Latian campaign to save Riya Chakrabarti has now finally officially flopped. Shocking attack by the Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents an evil philosophy. The BJP retorts, says attacked for her tribal background. Terror attack in Srinagar's Lal Bazar is caught on tape. Terrorists captured in the video. ISIS offshoot has taken responsibility. Amid turmoil, Sri Lankan President flees to the Maldives for a layover, will reach the final destination today. From landslides in Maharashtra's Vasai to Uttarakhand's Chamoli, monsoon fury across the nation. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We cut right across to Sri Lanka where protesters are thronging central locations in Colombo. We are also learning that a state of emergency has now been imposed in Sri Lanka. I'm going to go across to our correspondent on the ground, Lahiru, who's tracking all the developments. Lahiru, tell us what's happening. We understand a state of emergency has been declared in Sri Lanka, but anger still continuing to pour out on the streets over there, even though news came in that the president had fled Sri Lanka this morning.
Yes, we are getting news that the president has fled the country, but the protesters are not happy because the president has not yet officially resigned from his post. We are also getting rumors and reports that the prime minister has sworn in as the president, but this has not yet been confirmed by the Sri Lankan government. And the prime minister, with his powers, he has enforced the emergency laws and also enforced curfew in and around Colombo and the western province of Sri Lanka, and he has ordered to arrest all people who are engaged in destruction of public property, looting and riotous rioting.
All right, now Lahiru, where exactly are you reporting from, and the scene that you're and what are you witnessing around you? We can of course see thousands of protesters thronging that location, but also give us a sense of what we're expecting in the next few hours or so.
There are more people headed towards the streets, and I am currently near the National Hospital of Sri Lanka. So we are also expecting more people, more injured people to arrive to the National Hospital of Sri Lanka when the violence explodes in Colombo. There are more people going towards the Prime Minister's office as of now, and we can also hear over 3 or 4 government helicopters flying above from where I am. We do not know what the security situation is, but we also know that the security forces have been ordered to take control of the situation before it goes to complete anarchy.
Now, do people around you know that there is a state of emergency in place? Because it does not appear right now that people know of that, because they're still continuing to throng the streets of Colombo in thousands.
No, I don't have any issue.
I was asking you, Lahiru, that do people around you know that there is a state of emergency? Has it been proclaimed? Are people aware that they're breaking the laws because the state of emergency is now in place in Colombo and Sri Lanka widely?
So this has been broken in almost every Sri Lankan news outlet, but there has not been an official announcement so far made by the government. But it has been broken by every news outlet in Sri Lanka that the security situation has been beefed up and emergency has been declared by the government. But there's no official response from the government. There's no official response from the government according to my sources as well. And people around are now getting to know that emergency has been declared, but people are not regarding it. People are not giving anything about it. They do not care about it. They are coming towards the streets regardless if emergency is declared.
Right. Also, we were hearing earlier that Ranil Wickremesinghe has been, perhaps will be the next president. Now, do what we see on the streets is essentially voice to people's anger? Because there has been considerable angst and anger against Ranil Wickremesinghe. Also, he'd in fact earlier said that he would step down as the country's prime minister. But now we are hearing that he could be the next president, at least for, the meanwhile.
Yes, so the issue with that is that there is no other, the protest movement has no leadership. According to the Prime Minister,